Cosmology time is force. Four-dimensional dynamics cosmology. Publication date of research results. July 2010. Photons are transported by the expansion of space. Discovering the cause of the speed of light. January 2011. The expansion rate change of space is gravity mass time. Published on the web. August 2011. YouTube video launched Cosmology time is force live 2011. Video announcement. February 2014. Cosmology time is force speed of light gravity mass cause of time video presentation. September 2016. Cosmology time is force full text reading video released. February 2017. Proposal of the dark matter hypothesis, in which the giant vortex field of the galaxy is an unknown gravitational field. March 2018. Cosmic inversion theory of expansion and contraction, proposing a hypothesis for the cause of accelerating spatial expansion. February 2019. Nuclear force. The integration of four forces has been completed, explaining the electromagnetic force from the expansion of space. July 2021. Four-dimensional dynamics cosmology theory of everything published on the web. This page consists of 5 parts. 1. Overview and interpretation of the conventional Big Bang cosmology. 2. The cosmological model proposed by this cosmology. 3. Cosmic inversion theory of expansion and contraction. 4. La théorie du temps induit par le temps est la force resume. 5. Dynamics space model and future humanity. Cosmology time is force, four-dimensional dynamics cosmology. 1. Overview and interpretation of conventional Big Bang cosmology. Theoretical physics cosmology time is force was started in 2008. The dynamics of the expanding universe gives rise to the speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time. This expanding space is called a four-dimensional space. It was an intellectual adventure that I started out groping, but I believe I was able to explain an unexpected cosmic principle, the theory of everything or the grand unified field theory, in a very simple and unified manner. The theory of everything is a theory that uniformly describes the four forces that exist in nature: electromagnetic force, weak force, strong force, and gravity. I thought that instead of the existence of various forces, I could make a theory of everything by estimating a single force. Theoretical physics is a field of physics that constructs theories based on theoretical models and theoretical assumptions, explains known experimental facts and natural phenomena, and also makes predictions about unknown phenomena. The cosmology time is force, which I started writing in 2008, has been published over the internet and has been published over and over again. The discoveries and proposals made since the beginning of the research are published on the web page in a chronological format. In 2019, it became the only cosmology that integrates the causes of electromagnetic force and nuclear force and encompasses the theory of everything. The expansion of space causes the speed of light, gravity, mass, and time. Cosmology time is force is a four-dimensional dynamic cosmology that provides insight into the causes of light speed, gravity, mass, charge, and time. It explains the spatial principle in which the universe is observed by an individual observer as an infinitely expanding universe. In fact, neither gravity nor time can be explained by current physics. I thought that if I could think freely in this unknown area, something different would emerge. We started by thinking that time is not a concept of our own, but rather a system that works like waves to move elementary particles. Image of gravity and time. When we take pictures of fast-moving objects, we use a fast shutter speed. Still, the subject expresses time as a blur. Even though it is a still image, the flow of time is recorded within it. It is impossible to confirm the event without the depth of time. If time were to stop, we imagine a landscape where all movement stopped. However, without the energy of time, the atoms would stop moving and space itself would disappear. Light cannot be light, nor can matter maintain its form. When a scientist considers the problems of gravity and time, he wants to explain everything from the macroscopic image of the universe to the microscopic world of elementary particles using a single theory. However, he does not necessarily think that the things that make up time and gravity have size. First thing I wondered about. Don't you think it's unnatural that the light emitted from the light source can suddenly reach the speed of light? It seems possible if a system for transporting photons into space is built in. If space is expanding, are gravity and time also decreasing in density? Is the decrease in time energy balanced by a decrease in time operation speed? It is said that the natural world favors symmetry, therefore, it is imagined that gravity is anti-gravity, matter is antimatter, and space is anti-universe. It is said that there are things that can be reproduced in the laboratory, but their existence in the real world has not been confirmed. The symmetry that I thought of is not anti-so and so, but gravity and time, which seem to be disparate entities, are actually working together to create the expansion of space-time. The way time energy works is like a conveyor belt carrying elementary particles moving at the speed of light. A photon that rides on a conveyor belt does not accelerate, but instantly reaches the speed of light. Assuming that time is a system that acts like a wave and moves elementary particles, we think that light and particles travel through space riding on these waves of time. All particles are affected by time, so there is no stationary light or particle. The energy of time creates separation between particles and is the force that supports their existence as matter. Considering that gravity acts in a direction that causes space to contract, and time acts in a direction that causes it to spread, are the two forces fundamentally the same? Wave universe model. Suppose that our universe is one of the concentric waves created when you throw a pebble into the water. Although waves appear to be moving, the water is not moving, it is just vibrating up and down. Is something similar happening in space? In other words, the universe expands because the wave energy propagates to the surroundings. Does this mean that outer space is filled with unknown materials that make up the universe? The density of the universe is not very high, so it is not surprising that it is filled with unknown materials. It seems that there is an unknown space surrounding the universe. The wave expands while maintaining its initial energy, so the energy density decreases. This observed universe is a centerless space that expands like a wave, so it has the conditions for an expanding universe model. The range of the universe that we can observe. The current real universe is an independent universe whose relationship with the Big Bang has already been lost, but what we can see is light information arriving along a water droplet-shaped surface, continuous time plane. This has been observed like a multiple exposure photograph from the past to the present. Even in the Big Bang cosmology, there will be a logical contradiction if the space before the Big Bang is not assumed. Although it has been defined that the energy of the initial explosion is expanding the universe to this day, recent observations have confirmed that even more accelerated expansion is occurring. The mechanism producing this accelerated expansion is currently unknown. Creating a cosmological map, the universe spreading like waves. This diagram of the universe is drawn as a two-dimensional model, but if you look at it as a rotating body on the vertical axis, you can see it as a four-dimensional expanding universe model with 3 dimensions and time. Explanation of space diagram animation. This is a bird's-eye view of the entire universe, showing the expansion over 13.8 billion years and the route of light that reaches the Earth. Light arrives at the Earth along a droplet-shaped surface, continuous time surface. The inside of the droplet shape is the part that was the path of light in the past. The expansion of the universe, which began within the macrocosm, is expressed as S1 to S7. If the interval between concentric circles is 2 billion years, the current universe is his 7th, so it is 14 billion years. The reach limit of light shown in the figure is the range of this universe. The area outside the reach of light is the container area of the universe, not our spacetime. How the universe looks. The light that went towards the Earth from her P2 point during S4 can be observed on the present Earth 6 billion years later. The light that headed towards the Earth from his P1 point during the S3 era passed through the Earth billions of years ago and cannot be observed now. As the P2 point moves towards the P3 point as a result of expansion, light after this era cannot be observed. P2-P4 is a view of the universe that can currently be observed, but it actually exists in the real space of P2-P4 as a result of expansion. As it expands, P2 changes its position to her P3, so the currently visible galaxy P2 disappears from view. When that happens, galaxies will move out of our spacetime. In other words, in the region near the Earth, there is no large vector difference between the expansion in the radial direction and the expansion in the ring direction, so the appearance remains the same, but distant galaxies such as P2 and P4 disappear from view as the universe continues to expand. Will you go? Even if such changes occur in the universe, they are unlikely to be visible on our timescale. The limit of light's reach. The diffusion of light that began with the Big Bang has continued for approximately 13.8 billion years. In other words, the age of the universe and the radius of the universe are equal. We call the spacetime range in which we can observe this wave universe the universe. This observable spacetime range is a past recorded image, so it differs from the real universe, ring direction. Although we can go back about 13.8 billion years into the past, we cannot see the universe at the same time, which is expanding at the speed of light. Thickness of expanding sphere. If you look at this figure as a rotating body on the vertical axis, it becomes an expanding spherical three-dimensional model. In this case, there is an expanse of 13.8 billion light-years * 3.14 in the direction along the spherical surface, xy, but a large value cannot be assumed in the thickness direction of the spherical surface, z. This is the surface, two-dimensional, of the sphere around which our universe expands. Will another coordinate axis be necessary? Or maybe we are looking at an imaginary thickness of 13.8 billion light-years in the past, although the space is thin in the z direction? Also, if you think of the surface of a sphere as three-dimensional, it becomes a four-dimensional model by adding time, but it is difficult to understand it as an image. Introducing the Space Map 2013 produced and distributed by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology during Science and Technology Week. This COSM map is a depiction of the universe based on the latest research, with humans at the center. The vertical direction represents the flow of time from humans to the birth of the universe, and the horizontal direction represents the expansion of space of the universe. The overall trumpet-like shape shows that the universe has been expanding ever since its creation. The water droplet-shaped area in the center of the figure is the area of the universe that we can currently observe. The structure of spacetime, past spiral structure and future conical structure. If the length of the spiral curve is 13.8 billion light-years, the real optical path is the hypotenuse of the isosceles triangle formed by the real space distance and the time distance, so the real radius of the universe is 138/2 equals 9.7 billion light-years, and the expansion of matter. The speed is 70% of the speed of light. Since the real radius is 9.7 billion light-years, the great circle of the spherical universe is 2 times 97 pi equals 61 billion light-years, which is the size of a circle around the spherical surface of the universe. The expansion of space that began with the Big Bang has continued for about 13.8 billion years. We call the spacetime range in which we can observe this wave universe the universe. This observable spacetime range is a past recorded image, so it differs from the real universe, ring direction. Although we can go back about 13.8 billion years into the past, we cannot see the universe at all at the same time. The cosmic coordinates of our Earth have not changed from the relative coordinates of the past when the universe was still small. In other words, the observer's coordinates are expanding in the same way as the universe expands, so the relative position in the universe does not change. Therefore, we can observe the expanding universe in all directions. Furthermore, The future spacetime where we can travel at 20 to 30% of the speed of light is the range shown by the future spacetime cone. In this diagram, it is a cone that shows the future 10 billion years into the future. If you can travel at the speed of light, the apex angle of the cone will be 90 degrees. How far into the past of the universe can we see? What is the cosmic microwave background radiation? It is microwave that is observed almost isotropically from all directions on the celestial sphere. Its spectrum closely matches blackbody radiation at 2.725 K. All-sky map of temperature anisotropy in the CMB observed by the WMAP satellite. The red color is higher in temperature than the blue color, but the difference is about 1/100,000 of the average temperature. Even though it is a still image, the flow of time is recorded within it. Events cannot be confirmed without the depth of time. The observed universe is made up of light information that travels along a continuous time plane and appears to be 13.8 billion years thick. For example, imagine a record disc. A record disc is filled with a single groove. So if you follow the groove, you can see everything. However, since there are an infinite number of grooves in the universe, there is an infinite amount of spacetime. In other words, there are as many spacetimes as there are observers. Even if it is not a high-dimensional space or a multidimensional space, there are countless worlds that follow the same principle. Please see the diagram on the left. Observation points are drawn on the left side, right side, upper side, and lower side of the cosmological map that I have explained so far. Both of these observation points exist in real space, 13.8 billion years after the Big Bang, but light from the same era cannot be confirmed from each other. And it is thought that a similar universe can be observed from these observation points. There is a possibility that there are planets similar to Earth in this other spacetime, but we have no way to go there, and no information has arrived. If we were to predict the arrival of aliens, there is a high possibility that they would come from this other time and space, but in that case, it would be impossible unless they had space navigation that allows them to travel instantaneously. A universe that does not require a container. How can we preserve the existence of space without the need for containers? A system moving freely in a gravitational field does not feel gravity. Perhaps the state of freely behaving in the energy field of space, expansion, is creating a universe that does not require a container. In a universe that does not require a container, our universe is the space created by the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago. I don't think we will be able to prove its existence through observation because the spatial information that existed as a container for the universe that existed before the Big Bang does not reach us. We call the area that we can observe outer space, but it is thought that there is real outer space that cannot be observed but is believed to exist, as well as containers of space surrounding it. What creates time? The system that transports light. It is believed that the secret of the system that transports light is hidden in the structure of the universe. Our space is made up of oxygen and nitrogen atoms, but there is a vacuum between these atoms. This vacuum space is continuous with the vacuum of the macrocosm. Since outer space is expanding at the speed of light, photons that have been separated from matter and have no mass are directly affected by the expansion of space, so from the observer's perspective, they appear to be scattering at the speed of light. Also, because the stars, galaxy disks, and shares are connected to each other by gravity, they are expanding as a mass relative to the Big Bang's coordinate system. It was thought to be empty space, but in reality, this space is filled with vacuum energy, and photons, like particles suspended in a solution, are dragged along by the expansion of space and are observed as the speed of light. Since the expanding state is considered to be the natural state according to the law of inertia, a massless photon moves in the same way as the expansion of space, so from the perspective of us who remain in space, it is observed as the speed of light. Ru. The beginning and final phase of the universe. What happened before the Big Bang? This was before our universe was created, so I don't think there is any proof, but he believes that for the Big Bang to occur, there must be a huge amount of energy. As the universe continued to expand and the temperature of the universe decreased, plasma began to take on an atomic structure. Having an atomic structure creates resistance to the free expansion of space. This creates patches of fast and slow expansion, and this is the distortion of space, or gravity. Newly born matter was accumulated by this gravity, and after 13.8 billion years, the universe expanded and cooled to its current state. The temperature of the universe when it has an atomic structure is 6,000 K. In the early state of the universe, there was a large amount of star material in a small space, so large stars were repeatedly formed and exploded, producing even extremely heavy elements. As space expanded, the material distribution density of stars decreased, and many small stars like the Sun were formed, resulting in the universe's current appearance. After 13.8 billion years of expansion and cooling, the current temperature of outer space is 2.7 K. In terms of temperature, the state of the universe is entering its final phase. It took 13.8 billion years to cool down from 6,000 K to 2.7 K. The remaining point is 2.7 K, which is absolute 0 degree. I believe that the temperature drop is hyperbolic, so it would take an infinite amount of time to reach absolute 0 degrees. Therefore, I think the current situation in the universe will remain stable. Observed cosmic events. Modern cosmology is based on Einstein's cosmological equations, 1917 Big Bang cosmological model, 1947 inflationary cosmological model, 1981 superstring theory, and curtain cosmology are being studied as high-dimensional cosmological models. The illustrated cosmological models proposed as a result of these are what we see and hear. Galaxy collision photographed by the Hubble Space Telescope. This image is also a major achievement of Hubble. It's hard to get a sense of scale, but each one corresponds to a galaxy. The distance between each star in these galaxies is several light years apart, and these galaxies are so sparse that they move like a single object and collisions like this occur. Hubble discovered space expansion by observing distant stars, but space expansion and intergalactic expansion are not the same thing. The expansion of space can be thought of as simply expanding, but some galaxies are moving farther apart, and some are getting closer and colliding. If the expansion of the universe had started from a single point, I don't think such galactic collisions would have occurred. It is said that the Milky Way's neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy, will collide with the Milky Way in the future. Because we cannot observe the small movements of distant galaxies, we observe that galaxies are moving away from us based on the large movements, retreating speed, of distant galaxies. Galaxies are moving in expanding space, but the amount of movement of each individual galaxy is so small that it cannot be observed. By observations of the WMAP satellite, which observes the cosmic background radiation. Of the material energy in the entire universe, 70% is dark energy, 25% is dark matter, and hydrogen and helium, which are thought to make up the majority of the matter we observe, account for only about 5%. The light that can be observed by the WMAP satellite is an apparent image of the universe that arrives at Earth along a continuous time plane. We are trying to learn everything about the universe by observing the 5% of glowing matter. Hubble Ultra Deep Field. The exploration area is about 1 degree of Her in Fornax. It was conducted from September 24, 2003 to January 16, 2004 using a low-light astronomical camera and an infrared camera. The resulting image shows more than 10,000 galaxies with redshifts of Z equals 3, approximately 11.7 billion light-years, or higher, including galaxies with redshifts of Z equals 6 to 7, approximately 12.89 billion light-years. A galaxy 13.06 billion light-years away was also visible. Images of galaxies with various strange shapes mixed in with regular spiral galaxies and elliptical galaxies were also obtained. This photo was taken of outer space at an angle of view of about 1 degree from a starless part of the galaxy. There is no direction to the origin of the Big Bang in the universe. It is thought that the image of the Big Bang will be the same no matter which direction you take the image. This photo has an angle of view of about 1 degree, but in reality, the small universe from the early days of the Big Bang is enlarged and projected onto the entire celestial sphere. It's strange that the universe, which is being enlarged and projected, is projected to him with such density. It is thought that there are multiple optical paths connecting the early universe and the Earth in the meridian direction of the universe. As a result, he is likely observing the same place in different directions and at different times. Otherwise, he would not have seen the early universe, which has been expanded and projected onto the entire celestial sphere, to be so dense. Are the 3 coordinate axes converging into one? The Big Bang universe appears to have 3 coordinate axes converging into one. Does this mean that the coordinate axes of 3-dimensional space appear to be extending toward the Big Bang? Therefore, the coordinate axis connecting the coordinate origin to the Big Bang is the 4th time axis. In this way, he believed that the coordinate system itself expanded after the Big Bang and became the present universe, which is the Big Bang theory. This is a cosmology in which something arose from nothing, and it is a theoretical system that ignores the outside of the singularity. A map of the universe drawn from the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, SDSS. The Sloan Digital Sky Survey was launched in his year 2000. This project aims to create a detailed map of the universe by observing more than 25% of the entire sky using a dedicated optical telescope and precisely measuring the positions, brightnesses, and distances of galaxies and quasars within that range. This is a cross-sectional diagram plotting the distance and direction to galaxies, and from this observation the bubble structure of the universe was inferred. Distance from the observation point also means time. The bubble structure of the universe refers to the fact that the arrangement of galaxies contains bubble-like voids. A map of the universe drawn from observations of the 2DF Galactic Redshift Survey. He was carried out from 1997 to April 11, 2002 by the Anglo-Australian Observatory's 3.9M telescope. This is a comet hunting observation that measures the redshifts of many galaxies. This survey revealed the large-scale structure of the universe in a portion of the nearby universe. This survey is his second-largest redshift survey, after the Sloan Digital Sky Survey launched in 2000. Bubble structure of galaxy array. Images from the Hubble Ultra Deep Field and the Sloan Digital Sky Survey reveal bubble-like features in the arrangement of galaxies. This is a structure in which galaxies appear to be stuck to the surface of a bubble, rather than galaxies being evenly scattered in the vacuum of space. This may be a unique pattern created by expanding space like bread. About the problem of the increasing rate of expansion of space. The Big Bang cannot explain the accelerating expansion of space. In order for accelerated expansion to occur, energy must continue to be supplied to space. The photo on the left shows the bubble structure created when powdered antibiotic tablets were sprinkled into a goldfish tank. It looks very similar to the diagram from the SDSS survey. Fine powders float on the water surface, but large particles absorb water and dissolve their ingredients, creating a bubble structure like this. I don't think about it in everyday life, but I was thinking about the expanding universe, so I was able to photograph it. The expansion of space does not mean that the arrangement of matter is expanding, but that space is expanding. This space includes not only the vacuum of outer space, but also the space inside the atomic structure. For example, the space in the air is also made up of oxygen and nitrogen atoms, but he also said that when viewed at the atomic level, space is vacuum everywhere, and this vacuum space is expanding. The explanation of vacuum energy describes expansion force and gravity as 2 opposing forces, but if we consider that the expansion acceleration of space is the force of gravity, the two are not contradictory but cause and effect. Since energy has the effect of opposing gravity and repelling space, the description it is also called negative energy or repulsion is not appropriate. The Big Bang model started from one point. When it was confirmed that the universe was expanding, scientists went back in time and came up with the idea that the Big Bang started from a single point. However, when we think that the Big Bang universe began with no matter or space the size of a single atom, our logic collapses and we are unable to explain it. A car windshield begins with a single point that triggers its destruction, the point where a pebble hits the glass. The world where this glass cracking is progressing is his glass spacetime. Therefore, if you observe the beginning of a crack from the spacetime perspective of glass, it will be observed as if it started from a single point. There are three models for the end of the Big Bang. The Big Rip means that all matter in the universe, from stars and galaxies to atoms and subatomic particles, will fall apart at some point in the future due to the acceleration of the universe. Theoretically, the metric of the universe can grow to infinity in a finite amount of time. The Big Chill, Big Freeze, is a phenomenon in which when the expansion of the universe continues to accelerate, only photons fly around and the temperature reaches an extremely low temperature, almost absolute zero. The Big Crunch states that when the mass, energy, contained in the entire universe is greater than a certain value, it will eventually change from expansion to contraction due to its own gravity, and all matter and spacetime in the universe will converge into a dimensionless singularity. Thing. The Big Bang theory assumes that existence arose from nothing, so it cannot assume anything before the Big Bang. If you construct a problem only from observed facts, you will not be able to escape from the framework of observed facts. If we don't keep in mind that there is a vast law of nature that exists outside of our knowledge, we will get stuck in a labyrinth of thinking. Humans may like complexity, but history shows that when problems in the natural sciences are solved, they are so simple and beautiful that everyone can understand them. The solar system developed from a geocentric theory to a heliocentric theory, and after a time when planets believed that their revolutions were circular motions, Kepler, who believed that planets' revolutions were elliptical motions, transformed what was once a complex and difficult theory into a simple and beautiful theory. Newton's laws of motion. Newtonian mechanics considered a mass point to be a mass point with no size and all mass is concentrated at the center of gravity, and he formulated the properties of the motion of the mass point into laws and proposed the following three laws of motion. He also believes that these laws are the basis for mass points that cannot be considered mass points, continuum bodies such as rigid elastic bodies and fluids. First law, law of inertia. The mass point remains stationary or moves in a uniform straight line unless a force acts on it. Describe the law of motion using a coordinate system that satisfies this. Second law, Newton's equation of motion. The acceleration of the mass point is then proportional to the force F acting on the mass point and inversely proportional to the mass m of the mass point. F equals ma. Third law, law of action and reaction. When forces act on each other between two mass points 1 and 2, the force F21 acting from mass point 2 to mass point 1 and the force F12 acting from mass point 1 to mass point 2 are equal in magnitude and in opposite directions. Many laws and theorems in the field of mechanics are basically derived from the above three laws. Furthermore, the equation of motion, which is a second-order ordinary differential equation of a position vector with respect to time, is an equation that determines the state of motion at any time given the position and momentum, or velocity, at a certain time. What is the universal gravitational constant or Newton's gravitational constant? It is a physical constant that represents the magnitude of gravitational interaction. It was introduced in Isaac Newton's law of universal gravitation. The symbol is commonly represented by g. In Newton's theory of universal gravitation, when two objects with masses m1 and m2 each exist a distance are apart, the universal gravitation force Fg that acts between them becomes. The proportionality coefficient g at this time is the universal gravitational constant. Based on SI, MKS unit system, mass m1 m2 in kilograms, kg, length are meters, m, force Fg using Newton, n, equal to kg ms-2, the unit is nm2 kg-2. Universal gravitational constant, the unit of g, is m3 kg-1s-2. The above constant is equal to the gravitational force expressed in newtons, n, when two mass points of mass 1 kilogram are separated by 1 m, and is a very small value. For example, the force of attraction between 1000 kg objects whose centers of gravity are 1 m apart from each other is approximately 6.7 times 10⁻⁵ n, which is approximately equal to the gravitational force acting on an object with a mass of 6.8 milligrams on Earth. This proportionality coefficient g is the result of an experiment on the ground. Assuming the law of conservation of energy holds. If we interpret Einstein's E equals mc superscript 2 literally, energy is the product of the mass of matter and the square of the expansion rate. However, the speed of light c is considered to be the same as the expansion speed. Of these three elements, the only ones that can change are c and m. Therefore, when the amount of matter decreases, the expansion speed becomes faster, or when the amount of matter increases, the expansion speed becomes slower. In the past, galaxies appear to be densely distributed in a narrow space. As the universe expanded, the distribution density of matter decreased and the expansion rate increased. This is thought to indicate the accelerated expansion of the universe. Can we call a supernova explosion a scene in which matter is converted into energy? What is a black hole in general relativity? It is defined as an area that cannot have causal relationships in the future with other areas of space and time. The reason why the supermassive black hole that is said to be at the center of the galaxy is stable and does not swallow us is because the gravitational field has become extremely small. Thinking in this way, he cannot think of anything else that a black hole would swallow other than something that is heading straight towards the black hole. Rather than explaining that a black hole has a gravitational field so strong that even light cannot escape, I think it is more reasonable to think that it has fallen out of the observable spacetime due to a large drop in time. Although he wrote about a temporal drop, he said that what is actually happening in black holes and their surroundings is that the expansion speed of light, is extremely slow. Therefore, a temporal drop and an extremely slow expansion rate have the same meaning. In other words, he believes that the expansion of space in black holes is discontinuous. Expansion speed of light, equals operating speed of time, therefore c/t equals 1. This shows the principle of the constant speed of light. Although the actual speed of expansion, speed of light, differs between the inside of matter and the vacuum of space, when he tries to measure the speed of expansion, speed of light, in any field, he gets the same result. If we think of the speed of light as a photon carried by the expansion of space, light cannot exist if the expansion of space disappears. Black holes are highly compressed, so they may not have any space inside. In that case, the continuity of space would be lost and no observation would be possible. Einstein's ideas. Einstein's famous formula E equals mc superscript 2 states that the product of matter and the square of the speed of light is energy, but what is happening in the universe is the opposite. In other words, energy was transformed into matter and the speed of light, expansion speed. Currently, the expansion of the universe is thought to be accelerating because matter is being converted to energy, such as in the nuclear energy of stars and supernova explosions. According to the special theory of relativity, the speed of light is constant for any inertial frame. According to the general theory of relativity, gravity and acceleration are equivalent, and gravity distorts space and time. Gravity distorts time as well as space. Is this because gravity is considered higher than time? The speed of light in gravity, expansion acceleration, cannot be determined unless time is at a constant speed. Is there a mechanism that creates time in an area that we don't yet know about? Or is time simply a concept created to recognize changes in things? Einstein's guess about time. About time moving slowly in a strong gravitational field. A strong gravitational field means that the expansion rate of space is thought to be slow near a black hole. This is equivalent to the operating speed of time being slow, so time moves slowly. About how time moves slowly in a rocket that is flying at high speed. In a rocket flying at high speed, the expansion speed of space is relatively slow, so time passes more slowly than on a clock on the ground. Since v is the speed of the rocket, the denominator is 0 at the speed of light. Having described this far, he was finally able to understand the incomprehensibility of Einstein's time. Without the expansion of space, atoms would not vibrate and the atomic clock would stop. Also, the photon riding on the expansion wave has time 0. Einstein equation. This is the field equation that describes the universal gravitation field that Einstein derived in his 1916 theory of general relativity. It is an equation that extends Newton's law of universal gravitation so that it can be applied to strong gravitational fields, and the physical phenomena it targets are high-density, massive astronomical objects such as neutron stars and black holes, and the geometry of the entire universe. Become also known as Einstein's gravitational field equation. I still don't understand Einstein's equations, which are difficult to understand, but as I was writing about the cosmology time is force, I felt that they were very compatible. I think they are the same thing if you replace the speed of light with the speed of expansion of space. In Einstein's time, he did not think that the universe was expanding, so he could not think about the causes of the speed of light or gravity. According to the theory of general relativity, massive objects distort the spacetime around them. In other words, gravity is explained as a distortion of spacetime. The gist of its theoretical consequences is the Einstein equation expressed as follows. The left side is a geometric quantity that represents how spacetime is curved, the curvature of spacetime, and the right side is a quantity that represents the distribution of the material field. Roughly speaking, by substituting a star-like substance or energy into the right-hand side, he can read how spacetime around that substance is curved. Once the distortion of the space is determined, the equation of motion for matter moving in that space is determined, so the distribution of matter will also change. His g mu nu equals r mu nu 1/2 r g mu nu on the left side is called Einstein's tensor. Lambda is the cosmological constant and he calls this term the cosmological term. R mu nu is the Ricci tensor, r is the scalar curvature, and both are geometric quantities written as the differential of the spacetime metric tensor g mu nu. In other words, Einstein's equations are in the form of a system of metric partial differential equations. T mu nu on the right side is the energy momentum tensor. The coefficient kappa is called Einstein's gravitational constant, and he has a relationship with Newton's gravitational constant g as kappa equals 8 pi/c4g, pi is pi and c is the speed of light. Both sides of Einstein's equation are four-dimensional second-order symmetric tensors, so if we decompose each component, we can obtain 10 independent equations. 4 of these equations correspond to the law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of momentum, and the remaining 6 equations related to the spatial component of g mu nu correspond to the spacetime equations of motion. These are 6 partial differential equations with second-order time differentiation, but if we consider that there are 4 degrees of freedom in choosing coordinates and 4 constraints for time evolution while satisfying the conservation law, even in a vacuum, there remain 4 degrees of freedom for the first-order differential equation. This degree of freedom means that there are 2 modes of gravitational waves that transmit distortions of spacetime to the surroundings as waves. A tensor is a generalization of a linear quantity or a linear geometric concept, which can be expressed as a multidimensional array by selecting a basis. For example, scalar quantities such as mass and temperature are understood to be tensors of rank 0. Similarly, vector quantities such as force and momentum are expressed as rank 1 tensors, and linear transformations that express anisotropic relationships between force and acceleration vectors are expressed as ranked 2 tensors. If I had read this text when I started writing the cosmology time is force, I would not have understood it. This formula expresses that expansion acceleration that distorts space equals energy. This formula includes g and c, but this is simply a representation of Newton's relationship. I thought that the reason why space is distorted is that unevenness in the density of matter in space becomes unevenness in the expansion speed, acceleration, of space, which is the cause of gravity. Since the accelerating expansion of the universe, which is considered to be a non-linear change, has come into play, I think it is unclear whether the structure of the universe has properties that can be expressed by equations. Rather, it could become the probability theory of interaction that Einstein disliked, saying, God doesn't play dice. Planck unit system. It is a natural unit system proposed by Max Planck, 1858 to 1947. The Planck unit system defines the following constants as 1. Simplifying physics equations. The Planck unit system defines the following as 1. The speed of light in a vacuum, the universal gravitational constant, the Dirac constant, the Coulomb force constant, and the Boltzmann constant. This is equivalent to considering the expansion energy of space to be the only energy. He also stated that the large number hypothesis proposed by Dirac in 1937 states that a value of 10 to the 40th power, or its square as he called it, appears in the dimensionless number obtained from some fundamental physical constants as follows. I noticed that Yoke ratio of electromagnetic force between electronics and strength of gravity. Ratio of the age of the universe and the time it takes for light to travel through the radius of a proton. Number of protons and neutrons in the universe. Dirac, on the other hand, thought that these things do not hold true by chance, but always hold true. If the Dirac hypothesis is correct, it means that the physical constants have also changed over time since the birth of the universe. This is because the oscillation energy of space is the only energy available. All the physical constants of the universe have changed from the early universe to the present, resulting in its current appearance. Law of increasing entropy. The second law of thermodynamics is a well-known rule of thumb that states that heat flows from hot to cold, and not vice versa, which he describes as an increase in entropy. If written mathematically, integral delta Q/T is called entropy. Here, delta Q is the change in the amount of heat, and T is the temperature, so if we write the heat transfer between the two objects mentioned above as an equation, let the higher temperature be Th and the lower one be Tl. Integral delta Q/Tl integral delta Q/Th0. This is a change in entropy. Since delta Q is the same in the first and second terms and TH/Tl, it is always positive. He moves from the hotter side to the colder side by the amount of heat delta Q, which is just that, so the entropy will definitely increase. A more general expression of heat flows from high to low is increase in entropy. The Big Bang is also an increase in entropy because a mass of high energy density diffuses and becomes lower energy density. Since the amount of energy in the entire universe does not change, he assumes that the time of the Big Bang is T0 and the present time 13.8 billion years later is T14. Integral delta Q/T14 integral delta Q/T00. In terms of entropy, this is what happens, but to put it more simply, he seems to be expressing how small, solidified energy diffuses and becomes diluted. The law of increasing entropy is the law of universe expansion. Although it is derived from thermodynamics, the diffusion of the potential of the universe itself, thermal motion and gravitational matter, is called entropy increase, so it is difficult to understand in words, but he said that it might be easier to understand if you rephrase it as a decrease in potential. Yeah. What is Brownian motion? Yellow fine particles are moving irregularly due to collision with black medium particles. This is a phenomenon in which fine particles suspended in a solvent such as a liquid move irregularly. Robert Brown discovered it in 1827 while observing under a microscope microscopic particles floating in the water from pollen that burst due to the osmotic pressure of water. The cause of this phenomenon remained unknown for a long time, but in 1905, Einstein published a paper stating that it was caused by irregular collisions of molecules in a thermally moving medium, and the existence of atoms and molecules was uncertain at the time. It was shown that it is possible to prove this experimentally. This was later verified experimentally, and it was confirmed that atoms and molecules do indeed exist. This phenomenon, Brownian motion, was used in a fairly broad sense, and similar phenomena such as thermal noise in electrical circuits and irregular vibrations of a minute mirror placed in a dilute gas were also explained as being within the category of Brownian motion. Rue. Einstein's explanation does not explain the energy that creates the irregular motion of molecules. I think this energy is the expansion energy of space that exists in the entire universe. About dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter is a hypothetical substance in the interstellar matter in the universe that has no electromagnetic interaction and no color charge, and is said to be unobservable optically. The indirect discovery of dark matter was pointed out by Vera Rubin's observations of the rotational speed of galaxies in the 1970s. The results showed that there is about 10 times more matter than can be observed optically. This discrepancy between a galaxy's brightness distribution and its mechanical mass distribution is called the galaxy rotation curve problem. Its existence was revealed through this issue. The fact that the rotation angular velocity of a galaxy is the same on the inner and outer edges is the galaxy rotation curve problem. This means that galaxies are not just clusters of individual stars, but are connected together as a group. This is thought to be because the distortions in each space are combined to create a spatial distortion field as a whole. In addition, similar spatial distortions, gravity, have been observed in and around galaxies through observations using gravitational lensing. If gravity is created from the acceleration of the expansion of space, then the gravitational field changes as stars die and are born. Therefore, since the energy in space is not constant, the gravitational field is also not uniform. The current way of thinking about gravity is that gravity occurs when matter exists. Since the expansion speed of space cannot be said to be uniform, I believe that this difference in expansion speed results in distortion of space, which is observed as gravity. Even if there is no matter, if there are irregularities in the expansion rate, space will be distorted and gravity will occur. If this is the cause, you will not be able to find dark matter even if you look for it. It is more reasonable to think that there is matter, dark matter, that floats around in space without becoming a star, but many researchers also assume that there are other special particles. In any case, it has become clear that hydrogen and helium, which are thought to make up the majority of the substances we observe, only account for about 5%. The movement of galaxies and the expansion of space are not the same thing, so even though we observed accelerating expansion of galaxies, this does not mean that the expansion of space is accelerating. Galaxies cannot keep up with the expansion of space and are constantly left behind. We believe that this left-behind state becomes the energy that creates the speed of light, gravity, mass, and time. It says that there is energy that is causing space to expand at an even faster rate, rather than continuing the initial expansion, but there is no way to explain this. I believe that dark energy is the fundamental energy that is expanding the universe. In other words, we believe that the uniform diffusion of light in all directions indicates the function of dark energy. Structure of the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy, where our Earth is located, is a collection of celestial bodies such as numerous stars and interstellar gas, and its total mass is estimated to be 1.26 trillion times that of the Sun. The total mass that emits electromagnetic waves such as visible light is 5%. And the majority of the mass is thought to be dark matter. 95% of what causes mass is invisible. I think that the way we see the universe is quite different from the reality. Near the center of the Milky Way galaxy is a dense bulge made up of relatively old stars, surrounded by a disk of about 100,000 light-years in diameter made up of young stars and interstellar matter. The disk has a convex lens-like shape with a thickness of approximately 15,000 light-years at the center and approximately 1,000 light-years at the periphery. Inside the disk, there are spiral arms in which many bright stars, open star clusters, and diffuse nebulae can be seen. Further outside the bulge and disk is a spherical halo with a diameter of approximately 150,000 light-years, consisting of approximately 130 globular clusters. The center of the galaxy is located approximately 26,000 light-years away from Earth in the direction of the constellation Sagittarius. It is believed that a massive black hole exists at the center of this galaxy. Galaxies grow to large sizes through repeated collisions, and it is thought that the vectors from the two collisions are combined to form a rotating body that spreads out in a planar shape. If galaxies from three directions collided at the same time, it might result in a galaxy with a three-dimensional structure, but since this is rare, many galaxies have a rotating spiral structure. The shape of a galaxy can be thought of as a photograph of its changing state over eternity. The oldest object in the Milky Way galaxy was born 13.2 billion years ago. The size of the Milky Way galaxy does not seem to change significantly due to the expansion of space. We think of the disc-shaped shape we see as a galaxy, but could this spherical halo, about 150,000 light-years in diameter, be the shape of the entire Milky Way galaxy? He observed the rotation of the halo as the rotation of the galaxy. So far, I have written an overview of the conventional Big Bang cosmology and my interpretation. We searched for an overall picture of the universe by modeling the Big Bang cosmology that started from a single point. However, he thinks that the Big Bang cosmology contains the contradiction that something came into existence from nothing. Cosmology. Time is force, four-dimensional dynamics cosmology. 2. The cosmological model proposed by this cosmology. What is accelerated motion? If you drop an iron ball from the Leaning Tower of Pisa, it will accelerate as it falls. If you throw an iron ball horizontally, it will fall several meters away. If you throw it with more force, it will reach farther. If you throw it at an initial velocity of about 7.9 kilometers per second, it will circle the Earth and return. Without air resistance, it would be an artificial satellite that would continue to orbit the Earth. All of these are accelerated motions. So, when does uniform linear motion occur? Can a skater on ice perform uniform linear motion? In fact, ice also exists on the curved surface of the Earth. Therefore, it is nothing but a movement around the Earth like an artificial satellite. The motion in orbit around the Sun is acceleration motion in the solar orbit. Uniform linear motion cannot be achieved anywhere in the solar system because it is in the solar orbit. So, is uniform linear motion possible between the solar system and the neighboring star system? The solar system is also a member of a star cluster, so it is under the influence of the star cluster's gravitational field. Therefore, this is also an accelerated motion. In this way, the stars in the galaxy are accelerating within the galaxy's gravitational field. Likewise, you cannot escape the gravitational field of a galaxy cluster by moving outside the galaxy. In other words, uniform linear motion exists as a concept. All substances and fields in this world are in accelerated motion. The fact that it is undergoing accelerated motion means that it is receiving an external force. This external force is the expansion of space, and the uneven expansion that occurs around matter is the curvature of space. Since the space itself is curved, the light travels in a straight line, which is said to be curved and straight. The acceleration of expanding space is observed as gravity. It is thought that the expansion of space also penetrates the atomic lattice of matter. However, because the expansion speed differs depending on the material density, an acceleration occurs in the expansion of space. This acceleration is thought to be observed as gravity. The speed of light is slower in matter than in vacuum. The phenomenon of refraction occurs because the speed of light differs depending on the medium. The absolute refractive index of a material is defined as the speed of light in a vacuum divided by the speed of light inside the material. For example, the refractive index of water is approximately 1.33 in the visible wavelength range, and the speed of light in a vacuum is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, so the speed of light in water is approximately 226,000 kilometers per second. It is difficult to understand that the speed of light in water, approximately 226,000 kilometers per second, immediately becomes the speed of light in air, approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, because the speed change is discontinuous. Is it correct to think that the change in the rate of expansion is occurring at the atomic level? The gravitational forces generated by individual atoms are added together and observed as the object's gravitational force. You can feel that gravity is acceleration acting in space. Let's calculate the amount of change in velocity when accelerating from the center of the Earth to the surface in g. Earth radius r equals 635,6752 mobile. From uniform acceleration motion s equals 1/2 g t superscript 2. Time t equals sqrt, 2/g equals sqrt, 2x 635,6752/9.8 equals 1,138 seconds. There is a change in velocity of velocity v equals gt is equal to 9.8 times 1,138 equals 11,152 meters per second. A 0.0037% change in the rate of expansion of space results in a gravitational acceleration of 9.8 meters per square second. We model the curvature of space by assuming that the expansion of space slows down in matter. It is thought that the expansion rate is slow inside a substance and reaches its maximum in a vacuum. Since the expansion speed of space is probably not discontinuous, it would not be surprising if there is a matching interval between the expansion speeds of the two. I think the result will be the curve shown in the drawing. The fact that the expansion speed of space is changing continuously means that acceleration is at work. If acceleration is acting inside the solid and the space around it, the direction of the gravitational force created by the acceleration will be opposite to the direction of expansion. In other words, will the acceleration of expansion be observed as gravity? The concept of curvature of space was introduced by Einstein before expanding cosmology. To put it another way, the expansion speed of space is observed as a gravitational force in the opposite direction to the expansion direction because the speed changes, accelerates, inside and around the material. Therefore, the strength of the gravitational field in space can be considered to be the magnitude of the expansion acceleration. The superposition of gravitational fields creates the galactic structure, which in turn creates the large-scale structure of the universe. Stars scattered throughout the universe have their own gravitational fields, and he says that a group of these stars forms the gravitational field of a star cluster through the superposition of their gravitational forces. In this way, star clusters grow into galaxies, which form the galaxy's gravitational field. Similarly, they form galaxy clusters and create even larger scale structures. Pebbles are randomly glued onto the thin rubber membrane. Pebbles create distortions in the rubber membrane on their own, but these distortions collectively create distortions in the entire rubber membrane. In other words, each individual gravitational field is an element that forms the entire gravitational field. The large-scale structure of the network is different from that of spiral galaxies, which he believes is due to the different gravitational densities of the fields. Although the rotations of galaxies are individual due to the kinetic energy during galaxy formation, the gravitational fields of galaxies work together as a whole to maintain the galaxy structure. When galaxies collide to create a new galaxy shape, the kinetic energies of the individual galaxies are combined to form a new spiral shape. Currently, galaxies with various shapes are observed, but these are the growth stages of galaxies, and it is not thought that there is a final shape of galaxies. The gravitational density of the field is high in galaxies, but it is thought to be extremely small in the large-scale structure of space. For this reason, it has a network-like distributed structure rather than a concentrated spiral structure. This constitutes an unbiased density of galaxies throughout the universe, and does not result in a gravitational distribution that would cause an infinite universe to converge at one point. It is thought that the large-scale structure is such a quiet space that the dynamics of the universe cannot be considered. From Newton's kinetic energy and Einstein's energy. Newton took his kinetic energy to be his K equals 1/2 mv superscript 2. The total amount of Newton's energy is E equals U plus K, where U is potential energy. Einstein defined energy as E equals mc superscript 2. The two equations for E are very similar, but since c is a constant, speed of light, energy is the mass of matter. He also said that in Newton's energy formula, the value of K is so small that it can be ignored in real life, so E equals U equals m, which means that mass is potential energy. I think the potential energy that this mass has is the potential that it has relative to the origin of the universe, which is the state before the Big Bang. In other words, the mass of matter is the total amount of energy that distorts space, and a flow of energy occurs in the direction where the distortion of space is resolved. If space is flat with no distortion, no energy potential will occur, so there will be no increase in entropy. About the mass of matter. This drawing is a schematic representation of the distortion of space when the Earth is in space, and it is distorted like when he places a model of the Earth on a rubber membrane. The total amount of distortion is the inertial mass. Moving an object means moving the distortion of space. And the tilt of the surface created by the distortion of space is gravity. Since this distortion of space is spreading at the expansion speed, the speed of light, there is a question as to whether speeds exceeding the speed of light can exist. If we continue to accelerate near the speed of light, a wall of distortion will stand in the direction of acceleration. It may be like the wall of sound when a jet plane exceeds the speed of sound. I think that energy is the potential that exists in the container of the universe. Will matter eventually be diluted and transformed into the expansion of space, leaving only the expansion of space? Einstein's E equals mc superscript 2. Time is force is E equals mi superscript 2. E, energy. E, energy. M, mass, weight. M, mass, total amount of distortion in space. C, speed of light. When comparing the two, there is a difference in the concept of mass. In cosmology, time is force, material mass is the total amount of distortion in space, so energy is the amount conserved as distortion in space. I think you can now understand why mass of matter is equivalent to energy. Energy is a distortion in space. Energy flows in the direction that the distortion is resolved. Cosmic stage set, law of inertia. It seems that there is a stage set in the universe that has a simple but powerful power that controls everything about her. If chaos were to cover the entire universe, he would not be able to define the ever-changing cosmic structure that would result from it. This stage setting is the property that he remains as he is, the law of inertia. The most significant manifestation of this law is the expansion of space. It stipulates the most unbiased change of expansion, neither bending nor stretching. In order not to change, a constant force is needed to maintain it. So the unchanging state is not a state where the energy is released, but a state where the energy is under a certain control. In other words, the law of inertia means that all phenomena change. This law of inertia means that he has no conscious force and is surrendered to change as it is. Both electromagnetic properties and nuclear physics properties are governed by the law of inertia. If we think of the law of inertia as something that creates expansion and regulates its movement, we can think that the very beginning of the universe was the result of some kind of inertia. In other words, the cosmic equation is a mathematical formula for the internal events of the Big Bang phenomenon based on internal principles, but this is an equation that will always fail somewhere. That's because it doesn't take into account anything outside this universe. There is no way that the properties that work in all phenomena can be expressed mathematically in a specific system. The law of inertia does not depend on mathematical formulas and does not have any additional conditions. And I think it can be applied to any situation. The law of inertia can be applied to physical phenomena in nature, biological phenomena in living things, and spiritual phenomena in humans. And I think this is the only principle that can be imagined as a principle for the container of the universe. Motion state and gravitational field. The figure on the left is a schematic representation of the gravitational field of a stationary spacecraft. A spacecraft with no velocity relative to space is in a state of gravity balance. In other words, as shown in this diagram, the front, rear, left, right, top and bottom springs are supporting the spacecraft with the same force. The figure on the right is a schematic representation of the gravitational field of a spacecraft undergoing accelerating motion. It is in a state of accelerated motion, A, with respect to space. In this state, the gravitational balance around the spacecraft is disrupted, and the spacecraft is being subjected to a force pulling it back, F. Einstein thought that the mass of a rocket increases as it accelerates. I thought that the distortion of space is eccentric in the direction of acceleration, and he thinks that as a result it receives a pulling force. If gravitational waves exist, it is possible that the waves are caused by the distortion of space compressed in the direction of acceleration. If this were to be detected as a wave, would it be in a state where the gravity is oscillating in a state similar to a binary system of black holes rotating at super high speeds? He also said that the speed at which this wave travels is the expansion speed of space. Since mass is an amount stored as a distortion of space, it is easy to understand the idea that mass equals energy. I feel that matter that exceeds this gravitational shock wave will be in the same situation as a black hole. If the distortion of space increases and exceeds the limit instead of the mass increasing, will the continuity of space be severed and he will go to the other side? The distribution of gravity in a state of inertial motion can be represented by concentric circles, and he believes that the inertial force of these concentric circles in space is the mass of matter. Mass can be said to be the inertial force of space. In addition, the attraction between substances is thought to arise from the nature of space, where the gravitational circles created by two substances tend to merge into one. Attraction between two objects. The gravitational force between two objects can be thought of as an interaction between two substances that have a gravitational distribution as shown in the figure on the left. I think that there is a property of space that the two gravitational fields created by the acceleration of space tend to become one simple gravitational field. This phenomenon can be compared to the movement of two mercury beads attracting each other and merging into one. This is known as his Casimir effect. A huge vortex field the size of a galaxy is an unknown gravitational field. As shown in this figure, when a cone is cut diagonally, the cross-section becomes an eccentric ellipse. If we consider this cut plane as a gravitational surface, it is clearly an asymmetrical ellipse, and if this shape is the gravitational distribution, it would be an unstable gravitational field. This gravitational field cannot be released, and it will feel like space itself is falling. Also, energy and material mass are equivalent, and material mass and gravity are the same, so the kinetic energy of space is gravity. This created an image of space that did not exist in our concept of falling in a specific direction. Stars and galaxies have horizontal cross-sections in their respective coordinate systems, but since each system does not necessarily have the same inclination as the system above him, each coordinate system falls in a unique direction. I'm going to go there. In other words, the gravitational field itself has a vector, rather than the image that the gravitational field moves as a result of attraction by the star's gravity. The result was an image of a dynamically flowing space. It is not an empty vacuum, but rather a tenuous but dominant structure in the universe. The expansion of the vacuum is the medium that transports photons. And this uneven expansion speed of vacuum is acceleration and gravity. This situation is a curved space as shown in the figure on the left, but an observer in this space cannot observe the entire curve. Light travels along the shortest path on this curved surface. The distortion of space with a certain kind of viscosity is the cause of the inertial mass of matter. Furthermore, the viscosity of the vacuum causes changes in all substances at the atomic level, and he believes that this change in field is time. The successful observation of gravitational waves has had great significance as the physical phenomenon of vacuum space is a dynamic entity. Photon riding the wave of expansion. Things like photons, which are the smallest in size, one-dimensional, propagate in one direction by riding on waves of expansion, but materials with size have a three-dimensional space inside them, so there is no concept of one direction. Therefore, substances that have size. I can't ride the wave of spatial expansion. We thought that they were not strictly one-dimensional particles, but small enough to ride on waves of expansion. Also, since stars and galaxies are connected to each other by gravity, they do not move by the expansion of space, but are thought to acquire gravity, mass, and time by the energy of space expansion. Speed of light equals expansion speed of space equals operating speed of time. In other words, the three speeds are actually the same. It is easy to imagine photons emitted from a light source, but infrared rays emitted from our body heat are also photons. Without infrared radiation, their body temperature would rise and they would die. There is no real feeling that anything is lost because of the infrared radiation. In that case, the photons are probably surplus energy rather than being emitted from a part of the body. Outer space is filled with surplus energy, supporting the expanding universe. Understand the situation of photons carried by expansion. The diagram on the left assumes that the centers of the two circles are 300,000 kilometers apart, and it takes 1 second at the speed of light to travel between the 2 points. The image on the right is a 30x magnification. The distance between the 2 points is 300,000 kilometers, but the 2 points appear to overlap. Similarly, the way expansion waves travel is that the circles overlap. From an everyday sense of distance, it is difficult for him to imagine the path of light expanding in all directions, but on a macro scale he can understand that it is the same expansion of space. In other words, when you look at the light from Tokyo and the light from Osaka from an artificial satellite, the lights collide, so you don't see it as expanding, but when you look at it from Mars, you can see that the light is expanding and diffusing from a single point. If you fire photons into a room of irregular polygonal mirrors, the mirror room will be filled with wakes of photons. When light reflects off a mirror, it continues to expand by changing over the expansion waves of space. This is also an expansion of space, volume expansion. When we say expansion, we may imagine that light travels in a straight line forever, linear expansion, but expansion in expanding space can be compared to a box of mirrors. Thomas Young's double-slit experiment can be thought of in a similar way. Interference fringes of light. He creates a path where the waves once separate and then rejoin, and when waves with the same phase are passed there, interference fringes are generated. Thomas Young. Using this property of waves, Gu used interference experiments using two slits to show that light is a wave. What this experiment means is that even a unit quantity of quantum exhibits wave properties. His double-slit experiment was the first in the world to demonstrate that multiple particles are not required for wave properties to appear. In other words, even a unit quantity of quantum can exhibit wave properties. It is an unresolved problem that light has both particle and wave properties. If we consider that photons are carried by expanding waves in space, there is no contradiction that they have two properties. Also, the fact that other elementary particles can fly through space at the speed of light is the same phenomenon, so there is no contradiction. Since the expansion of space is the speed of light and time, he believes that the speed of light is constant in each field. Observed values at the quantum level are the position and energy of the quantum when the waves of space and time are stopped, so the quantum is observed as a point. On the other hand, the state in which a quantum exists in space and time is a state in which it has a temporal range of activity. This is the reason why observations that appear as waves and observations that appear as particles coexist. In the space of elementary particles, the size of the observed event cannot be determined with the precision of time, which is thought to create a puzzling observation situation. In observation results when time is stopped, it is observed as a particle, but in a time span that exhibits quantum-level properties, it is observed as a wave. Why light collisions do not occur, or on the conveyor belt will not collide with each other. This is because the ore is stopped on a conveyor belt. When loading sorted ore into several silos, a multi-layered conveyor belt is used. Photons are carried by the spatial expansion of each light source, so it is similar to a conveyor belt set up in multiple layers, and no collisions occur. The volume expanding space is like a three-dimensional factory with transport machines installed in all directions, and no collisions occur with the photons carried by the transport machines. The scene we see is flat, like a three-dimensional factory seen from above, so we are concerned about collisions. Also, since light cannot be seen by anyone other than what is coming toward the observer, we cannot understand the multilayer structure of the light source field. It's like a cell drawing from an anime, and you can see it in multiple layers. Since we visualize two-dimensional space by observing it in three-dimensional space, which is a cross-section of four-dimensional spacetime, we imagine collisions of light occurring. Since position and time are never the same spacetime position, spacetime will never merge. When you look down at a 10-story transparent building from above, the movements of people appear to collide, but no collisions occur. Expansion-acceleration of space. Flow velocity can be determined by measuring the velocity of leaves floating in the flow. The rate of expansion of space can be estimated by measuring the particles carried by the waves of expansion. And I think this velocity is observed as the maximum velocity in space. The leaves floating on the surface of the water are photons in space. I think this model helps you understand that the speed of light is constant. We have always come into contact with the expansion of space as a property and speed of light, but we did not realize that this was the expansion of outer space. The kinetic energy of clear water cannot be observed visually. However, you can understand that most of the energy in flowing water is water's kinetic energy. It is thought that the expansion of space also penetrates the atomic lattice of matter. However, because the expansion speed differs depending on the material density, an acceleration occurs in the expansion of space. This acceleration is thought to be observed as gravity. The rotation and spiraling of galaxies creates a huge gravitational field. Space simply wants to expand, but the expansion field of space is disturbed by the influence of matter and energy that exist in spots in space, and as a result, vortices and acceleration are generated in space, which becomes an inertial mass with respect to gravity and space around matter. It is thought that. Consider the energy in space as a normal distribution. Einstein's E equals mc squared is said to be nature's most beautiful formula. However, mass kg is an artificial and vague thing, and we cannot explain what it is. Also, we cannot explain why the speed of light is a function of energy. In cosmology, time is force. We set E equals mi superscript 2. In other words, it can be expressed as the total amount of distortion in space x, the diffusion rate in space superscript 2. This is very similar to his Newtonian kinetic energy formula K equals 1/2 mv superscript 2. We will assume that the shape of the spatial distortion is a normal distribution. The normal distribution is the most important distribution in probability statistics. It is also called the Gaussian distribution because it was introduced by the greatest scientist of the 19th century, Carl Friedrich Gauss. About the properties of the probability density function of the normal distribution. Symmetry. It is highest in the center and decreases rapidly as you move away from the center. The graph stretches forever and never touches the horizontal axis. Distortion of normally distributed space. Using this normal distribution as a spatial distortion model, we consider that the energy is the total amount of distortion multiplied by the speed at which the distortion diffuses, E equals mi superscript 2. This can be imagined as a sand mountain collapsing due to the potential energy possessed by each individual grain of sand. In other words, energy flows in the direction where the spatial distortion is resolved. Formula for spatial distortion integral in normal distribution. Gaussian integral is an integral expressed by the following formula. This integral is known to be square root pi as shown in the above formula. His energy formula for cosmology time is force is E equals mi superscript 2. E, energy. Square root pi, mass, total amount of distortion in space, time is force is m. I, inflation rate of expansion and diffusion of space, the observed value is the speed of light. If we integrate this again and summarize it as a solid in the form E equals mi superscript 2. Distorted volume of space x, space expansion diffusion rate superscript 2 equals energy model where space is released and diffused. The universe cannot be regenerated in a model where the energy in space diffuses and disappears. In order to be regenerated, we must consider the energy balance that oscillates around the average energy density of the infinite field. This means that the infinite field has substance. Cosmology in time is force. The mass of matter is the total amount of distortion in space, so energy is the amount conserved as distortion in space. I think you can now understand why mass of matter is equivalent to energy. Inertial mass is the distortion of space resulting from non-uniform expansion of space. Energy flows in the direction that eliminates the distortion. That is, E equals I, expansion-diffusion rate of space. Atomic structure and motion floating in space. The radius of an atom is about 1/100,000th of the diameter of 1 centimeter, approximately 1 cm, and in the center there is an atomic nucleus that is 1/100,000th of the diameter of the atom, approximately 1 13 cm. The electrons are spinning around, just like the planets around the Sun. For example, if the radius of the smallest hydrogen atom's nucleus is 1 centimeter, the electrons revolve around a radius of several tens of kilometers. Newtonian mechanics requires the orbiting speed of the electrons to form a structure in which electrons revolve around the nucleus. Different speeds have different orbit radii. In the first place, it seems that it has not been confirmed that they move in a linear orbit around the atomic nucleus. Nor is it something that can be confirmed visually. Because protons have a positive charge and electrons have a negative charge, their orbits are maintained because they attract each other as a force combined with gravity. However, if you consider that it is determined by the electron's charge and rotation speed, the electron has a very methodical rotation speed. I don't know how they got this speed. Also, I think it is unreasonable to think that he is able to maintain the atomic structure with such meticulousness. According to my idea of space expansion, the reason why electrons do not fall into the atomic nucleus is that the expansion force of space acts as a repulsive force between them. In other words, the problem is easier if you think of electrons floating in a space where repulsion, electromagnetic force, and gravity are balanced. Electrons are subject to the expansion pressure of space, and it is thought that there is a repulsive force that increases when an electron gets too close to the nucleus, and decreases when it moves away from the nucleus. In order to have this property, we must think of the expansion of space as occurring centered around the atomic nucleus. It gives an image of expanding space, just like the expansion energy melting out of the atomic nucleus. There is a limit to the number of electrons that can exist on the same orbital sphere because there is a repulsion between electrons due to charge. As a result, as the atomic weight increases, it is thought that multiple layers with different electron orbital heights are formed to hold many electrons. Thinking like this, if the expansion pressure of space is large, heavier elements can be formed. Also, if the expansion pressure is small, only simple atomic structures can be formed. It can be inferred that electrons and protons have a charge due to the frictional force of space expansion. Photons acquire the speed of light from space, and matter acquires gravity from space. Electrons and protons acquire electric charges from space and create the current principles of the universe. When the expansion force becomes weaker, the frictional force also becomes weaker and the electric charge becomes smaller, so the expansion force and the electromagnetic contraction force are automatically balanced. Nuclear force is a general term for the forces that act between protons and neutrons, and it has the effect of strongly binding nucleons together as atomic nuclei in a small area of approximately 10 to 13 centimeters. This nuclear force can also be explained from the perspective of the mass field in space. Protons and neutrons in the atomic nucleus are thought to have a large indivisible mass relative to space because they share a field in the expanding field, mass field, of space. Cause of material formation. We have described the speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time, and these can be explained as forces due to the interaction of space and energy. However, if the electromagnetic force is generated from the expansion friction force in space, we need to consider atoms that have no charge. This means that an atom with no electric charge has an atomic structure without electrons, which raises the question of what was the origin of matter. Photons that move in the same way as the expansion of space have no electric charge, but it is thought that there are quanta that cannot ride the expansion of space, and that they acquire electric charge to receive friction from the expanding space, creating atomic structures. MESU. Speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force. What is matter in a material space without time? This is a space where dynamics are lost. It seems necessary to consider nucleons which have no charge, but it is difficult to think that nucleons with sizes based on our concept exist. He cannot assume the size or weight of the photon itself, but it is predicted that there is a quantum that does not have the same size or weight but has the property of staying in the absolute coordinate system space. Higher dimensional space? Multidimensional space? I believe that we can recognize from the zero dimension to the first, second, and third dimensions. The zero dimension is the base point for thinking about dimensions, but since he is zero, it does not exist and he cannot imagine it. In mathematics and physics, dimensions are as follows. Since the 0th dimension is a point that has no size, it can only exist as our concept. One dimension is a line without thickness, so it can only exist as our concept. Since two dimensions are surfaces with no thickness, they can only exist as our concepts. Because three dimensions are solid objects that have no time, they can only exist as our concepts. The fourth dimension is spacetime. 3 dimensions plus time is said to be four-dimensional spacetime. It is a dimension that we can recognize because it has a time axis. Is the fifth dimension third dimension plus time plus? So it's a space that you can't even imagine. Mathematically, we can consider high-dimensional spaces, but we cannot show the reality of 1, 2, 3, and 5 dimensions. This is because we are in a four-dimensional spacetime, and we cannot show the reality of another dimension within this space. Also, it is doubtful whether high-dimensional space exists in the universe. The outer space that we see is a four-dimensional spacetime, and it is impossible to find or imagine any more coordinate axes. Although we live in an expanding three-dimensional world, fourth dimension, our bodies and the material world around us do not expand with the expansion of space. This is a kind of resistance against the expansion of space. Or it is a division that has been left behind due to the expansion of space. This difference in expansion energy is the gravitational force that distorts space, and it is mass and time. The term dimension is used in various ways. For example, when discussing the human world, he sometimes uses the term to raise the level of thinking, but this is a completely different meaning. In physics, the dimension is n, expressed as y equals xn. Although n can be written from 1 to infinity, this does not mean that such a space exists. Also, we sometimes see high-dimensional model images expressed using computer graphics, but if they are displayed on a display, they are two-dimensional images. Also, if it is a sculpted three-dimensional model, it is said to be three-dimensional. Also, if it is a solid that continues to inflate like a balloon, it is a four-dimensional model. Unfortunately, we cannot imagine space beyond four dimensions. The high-dimensional space seen in videos and science fiction movies is just an imagination. A world of absolute 0 degrees. Superconductivity phenomenon near absolute 0 degrees. This is a phenomenon in which the electrical resistance of a metal becomes zero, and I think it has been well known for a long time. Bose-Einstein condensation. This is a phenomenon in which a group of atoms behaves like one giant atom near absolute 0 degrees. A world at absolute 0 degrees where even light cannot travel. He cooled a gas of sodium atoms to about 273 degrees below zero and measured the speed of laser light, finding that it was slowed down to about 17 meters per second. According to my cosmology, a world with absolute 0 degrees is a world where space does not expand. In a space that does not expand, the speed of light cannot exist, gravity cannot exist, and the internal pressure that supports the space of atoms does not exist. I also believe that the flow of time does not exist. Current model of the universe. due to the accelerating expansion of outer space, which won the Nobel Prize in 2011, the graph of a greater than zero has become popular. This graph assumes a model in which the universe becomes diffuse and diluted, and expansion eventually turns into contraction, causing the universe to collapse. Both models contain singularities. Also, he thinks that the Big Bang started from a singularity in both models, so he cannot answer the question of why things happened. This is called the Big Bang singularity problem, but it cannot explain the universe that started from nothing. He also cannot answer the question of what will happen to the model of the universe becoming everlastingly diluted or the model of the universe collapsing and disappearing. There is growing interest in the emergence of cosmological models that demonstrate universality. Theory of everything. Although he had summarized the speed of light, gravity, mass, and time by 2018, he was unable to explain the causes of electromagnetic force and nuclear force. In February 2019, I realized that frictional electricity is generated from the expansion of space and gives charge to electrons and protons. I think that nuclear force can be similarly explained as a gravitational phenomenon in microscopic space. It is thought that he originally saw the way one force worked as four forces. What is unified field theory? It is a theory that unifies various interaction forces into one type in field theory. The goal is to unify all four forces of nature, and the theory that unifies all these forces is called the theory of everything. The theory of everything is an attempt at a theory that uniformly describes the four forces that exist in nature: electromagnetic force, weak force, strong force, and gravity. This is called the theory of everything or grand unified field theory. Instead of unifying the four forces, he considered the causes of these forces and finally came to the conclusion that they were the expanding force of space. When we consider the reality of this expansion of space, it is inferred that it is not caused by the beginning of the universe with the Big Bang, but by the fluctuations of the infinite fields surrounding our universe. How to break through preconceptions. The astonishing fact that the true nature of the main components of the universe is completely unknown poses a fundamental mystery not only to particle physics but also to 21st century science more broadly. We are looking forward to the emergence of a new cosmology. What is a dynamical system? It is a mathematical model in which the state changes over time according to certain rules. It is modeled by using several elements that affect state changes as variables, and describing the interactions between the elements as differential equations or difference equations. What is a complex system? A number of interrelated factors come together to exhibit certain properties as a whole. However, its overall behavior is not clear from individual factors or parts. What is self-organization? It is a phenomenon in which order arises naturally, creating and organizing structures with patterns on their own. What is emergence? Properties that are more than just the sum of the properties of the parts emerge as a whole. Multiple local interactions become complexly organized. A system is constructed that cannot be predicted from the behavior of individual elements. Interaction in an inertial frame. If we consider that the universe is writhing due to nonlinear interactions, the equations regarding the universe will not hold true. Current physical laws are considered valid only in local coordinate systems. From element reduction theory to bird's-eye view integration theory. Reductionism is an attempt to explain the complex and diverse phenomena of the world by reducing them to a single level of basic elements, but rather than reducing them to minute individual elements, they are explained by laws and overall concepts. Complex systems that are treated as movements may be the opposite of elemental reductionism. Modern science has been based on the theory of elemental reduction and has been based on the accumulation of individual experts, but it has hit a major wall. In order to break down this wall, the idea of bird's-eye integration theory is important. It is believed that the emergence of new fields and new technologies by bridging and merging various specialized fields from a bird's-eye view is important in assembling a cosmology in which everything cannot be observed. Up to this point, we have considered the following theories based on the conventional Big Bang cosmology: speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time. Big Bang cosmology cannot explain what happened and why. Furthermore, I don't think it will be possible to explain the cause of the accelerated expansion of the universe. I feel that the principles of the universe are maintained not by a one-time phenomenon such as an explosion, but by a principle that is constantly occurring. The speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, time are spatial phenomena caused by energy given from space. Current physics treats material mass as an inherent property of matter, but since mass is the inertial force of the distortion field in space, it is expressed as an interaction between space and matter. Cosmology. Time is force, four-dimensional dynamics. Cosmology. 3. Cosmic inversion theory of expansion and contraction. Introduction of infinite field. Material space awakening from the void. In the Big Bang theory of the fireball universe, all logic breaks down at that moment for him. It is impossible to theorize that something arises from nothing. Nor can he explain the accelerating expansion of outer space, which won him the Nobel Prize in 2011. Therefore, he named the region of the container in the universe the infinite field and proceeded to talk about it. The video is an experiment on the behavior of water beads in zero gravity. The polka dots sway in 3 dimensions. If this polka dot represents the entire universe, our universe exists in an expanding region. However, he believes that the expanding region of this water drop was previously a contracting region, and the laws of physics were completely different. And he thinks that the moment when this direction changes from contraction to expansion is a silent Big Bang. As the area that changes from this contraction to expansion gradually increases, the physical space also increases and expands. In other words, the area with zero behavior acquires expansion energy and becomes an expanding universe as it reorganizes into an expanding universe. For the first time, he was able to put into words the structural principle of the Big Bang. Like a drop of water floating in space, the world of the expansion principle begins in a region that expands in a movement that rises and falls, and this world is born from the mechanisms of light speed, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time. Will be maintained. When changing from expansion to contraction, there is a zero state in the middle. In the zero state, the principles of speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time disappear. I think the universe will be pitch black at this point. In this way, the universe will contract, and the speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time will begin to work in opposite directions. What are the characteristics of four-dimensional dynamics cosmology compared to the cosmologies that have been constructed so far? 1. There is no need to think that matter was condensed at one point at the beginning of the Big Bang. 2. There is no need to think that the expanding universe started with an explosion. 3. There is no need to question the observational result that the universe is expanding at an accelerated rate. 4. It is a four-dimensional dynamics space where expansion and contraction coexist. 5. Our universe is one of many that have arisen in a portion of four-dimensional space. This allows him to accept the concept of ether, but the existence of ether does not exist within our spacetime, but is fundamental to the container of the universe. It is thought that our spacetime was born in this expanding area of the universe filled with ether 13.8 billion years ago. I think these 3 spaces are seamlessly connected, and the conditions of the spaces change seamlessly. In expanding space, our cosmic principles are at work, but in contracting space, light comes from the sky toward the observer. Therefore, the universe is a pure white space, and the sun and stars shine in pitch black. Gravity acts as a repulsive force between matter and keeps stars apart even in shrinking space. Since mass and time have no direction, they are thought to work in the same way. Start of contraction. Accelerating contraction. Maximum velocity of contraction. Deceleration contraction. End of contraction. The movement of the infinite field transforms spatial principles. Start of expansion. Accelerating expansion. Maximum speed of expansion. Decelerating expansion. End of expansion. If the behavior of the infinifield is a sine wave, the reason why we observe accelerating expansion is that this expanding universe is still young. The discovery of accelerated expansion was his 2011 Nobel Prize in Physics. With this, we were able to unifiedly explain the causes of the velocity of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, time, and the final difficult problem, the expansion of space. Although our universe exists in a part of the infinite field, I believe that the physical principles are not unique to our universe, but rather are common to the entire universe, the law of inertia. What is the expansion of space? When a part of the metal ball is heated with a gas burner, the metal ball expands. This amount of expansion is so small that it may not be noticeable to the naked eye, but if measured precisely, it can be seen as thermal expansion. This thermal expansion is not due to an increase in the number of atoms. I think this is because the separation between protons and electrons has increased, or the distance between atoms has widened and expanded. However, if the distance between the atoms increases, this means that the vacuum space is expanding, and in other words, it is an expansion of space. It has been thought that the expansion of space due to the Big Bang was due to the initial explosive expansion force. The discovery of the accelerating expansion of space must change his image of this Big Bang. In other words, he believed that the principle inherent in the Big Bang universe cannot explain the accelerating expansion of space. I also think that the general explanation for the Big Bang cosmology is that energy undergoes a phase transition and becomes matter, but there is no evidence of a phase transition. If there is an accelerating expansion of space, then the opposite phase transition will occur. In other words, is the matter in the entire universe undergoing a phase transition to the expansion energy of space? There is no such convenient phase transition. I believe that the accelerating expansion of the universe is the very movement of the infinite field that makes up the universe. In other words, our universe is only a small part of the macrocosm, so no matter what kind of movement the macrocosm has, we cannot know the movement of the infinite field, which is far beyond the observable range. And for him, this infinite field is a four-dimensional dynamic space. Here, the expansion area and the contraction area coexist, so there is no increase or decrease in the overall volume. Since there is nothing other than an infinite field of infinite size, there is no concept of increase or decrease. About the redshift of distant galaxies. What is generally referred to as the redshift of light? It is said that the receding speed of distant galaxies becomes faster due to the addition of their expansion speed, which is observed as an elongation of the wavelength. Ultimately, it is said that the speed of a galaxy's retreat exceeds the speed of light and it disappears from view. If we think about this relatively, we can think of the space around us as observers expanding at an accelerated pace. Therefore, the redshift of distant galaxies proves the accelerating expansion of space. In other words, since the expansion speed and the speed of light are the same, we can think that the expansion speed was slow in the initial state of the expanding universe. When the universe expands faster, the wavelength of light increases, maintaining the speed of light. This means that as the speed of expansion of space increases, the wavelengths of light from ancient times are stretched. If we think of spatial expansion as the fluctuation of an infinite field, we can assume that there are periods of accelerating expansion and periods of decelerating expansion. It can be inferred that during the period of slow expansion, contrary to this diagram, distant galaxies are observed as blue mutated light. Therefore, even if the universe is not exploding and expanding from a single point, the light from distant galaxies will be redshifted. In the first place, it seems that there was a philosophical error in considering the size of the initial universe as a single point when constructing the theory of expanding cosmology. This may be dissatisfying to those who want to support theological creationism, but once you bring up God, scientific cosmology ends. Observational data of accelerated expansion. This diagram shows the accelerating expansion of the universe. which was published in 1999 based on the results of observations of distant supernovae. The horizontal axis shows redshift, retreat velocity, and the vertical axis shows luminosity distance. The dots in the figure are observed type Ia supernovae. If the expansion rate of the universe is constant, the slope will be constant, but it can be seen that the points are actually distributed slightly above, on the accelerating expansion side. Although his observation results are quite subtle, he was recognized by the Nobel Prize, so it is thought that accelerated expansion exists. The redshifts of galaxies observed by Hubble were also a little sketchy, but they established the theory of an expanding cosmology. About material production. In the expanding universe, as space becomes thinner, energy condenses and forms matter, similar to condensation, which expands and expands. However, he eventually uses up his expansion energy and transforms into a contracting universe, like a pendulum swinging back. In a contracting universe, matter dissolves into space as it is absorbed by the ever-increasing spatial density. It's similar to how pieces of ice dissolve into water. Matter and energy are equivalent, and the changing state of energy is the drama of the universe. It is said that gold cannot be produced even at the temperature and pressure of a supernova explosion. Gold is difficult to produce because it is a heavy and stable substance, so it is difficult to make it by itself. As the rate of expansion of the universe is accelerating, the gravitational strength of matter is also changing. Therefore, we can infer that the temperature of a supernova explosion will also be higher than currently assumed. Since it is thought that both gravity and electric charge change in four-dimensional dynamic space, he believes that this is also the mechanism by which gold is generated. An expanding universe model that awakens at the same time. The original cosmology diagram of time is force was his Big Bang model in which material space is expanding, but with the introduction of the infinite field, he no longer needed to think that material space was expanding. Suppose we have an inflated balloon. In the morning, the balloons are deflated by the cold air, but around noon they expand as the temperature rises. In other words, the universe expands and contracts repeatedly due to changes in temperature, and the moment it begins to expand is the beginning of the expanding universe. Since the expanding universe awakens at the same time, there is no center of expansion, and the expanding universe principle is activated from the mechanics of light speed, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time. Spacetime awakened 13.8 billion years ago, so the farthest light can be observed at 13.8 billion light-years. The initial expansion speed is thought to have been slow, but it is thought to have gradually accelerated to reach the current speed of light observed. For this reason, the wavelength of distant light is thought to be observed as stretching. Even if humans had the technology to travel within a range of 1 light-year, the universe is 13.8 billion times larger, meaning that they would not be able to travel at all within the universe. This is the same with light, and even if we say the speed of light, it is completely slow at the cosmic level. In the background is the infinite field, where there is movement commensurate with its size, but it is too small for our scale, and he can perceive this movement as the speed of light. Since the scale is different by several tens of orders of magnitude, it can be thought of as the difference between our world and the world of elementary particles. If we consider that matter energy exploded and diffused according to the conventional Big Bang theory, we would think that the density of galaxies in the early universe was sparse, but it is difficult to imagine what galaxies would look like if they were enlarged and projected onto the entire celestial sphere. Yeah. On the other hand, if matter is awakened by expansion energy from four-dimensional space rather than expanding and diffusing from a single point, it is thought that there is no bias in the distribution density of galaxies. In the future, if we can observe that the density of galaxies is the same at each epoch, the theory of cosmic reversal of expansion and contraction will be verified. Smooth principle transition. This world did not begin with a Big Bang, but rather with a quiet transition of principles. In the first place, in a four-dimensional space, the space cannot be stabilized unless contraction and expansion coexist. I think this is inevitable in a four-dimensional world. Principles of expanding and contracting universes. Item: light, gravity, Massachusetts, sun, galactic structure, night sky, entropy, dimension, expanding universe, diffusion, attraction between substances, inertial mass, fusion, equilibrium between expansion and gravity, black, increase, four-dimensional space, shrinking universe, accumulate, repulsion between substances, inertial mass, nuclear fission, balance of contraction and repulsion, white, decrease, four-dimensional space. The spatial principle that an expanding universe diverges and a contracting universe condenses is fraught with contradictions. Also, the Big Bang Theory, which started from a single point, cannot answer the question of what exploded and how. Four-dimensional space, infinite field, is a space where expansion and contraction areas are maintained in balance. The universe that began in a part of this expanding region is our expanding universe. And the speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, time are physical principles created by the behavior of four-dimensional space. Here, I feel that there is a principle of absolute quantity invariance in the macrocosm. The expansion of the infinite field began simultaneously 13.8 billion years ago. As a result, a location 13.8 billion light-years away can be observed as the furthest light in the universe. In the arrangement of galaxies, some clusters of galaxies are moving away from each other, while others are approaching each other, and each galaxy has its own vector, but in the global coordinate system it is thought to be a simple expansion. Also, the size of this expanding area is thought to be much larger than 13.8 billion light-years. The speed of light in a vacuum is the expansion speed, but since time is the same as the expansion of space, it is considered impossible to measure changes in the expansion speed. I also think that the expansion rate of the universe can be defined as follows. Cosmic expansion rate equals V2 V1 / T2 T1 / V1. V1, original size of the universe. V2, size of the observed universe. T1, absolute zero. T2, temperature of the universe. If the original size of the universe is a point, the expansion rate of the universe will be infinite, which does not match the observed facts. Therefore, the Big Bang Theory that started from one point is impossible. This equation shows expansion due to temperature, but I think that there is vibration in space due to spatial motion and inertial energy. If we think of the fluctuations of the infinite field as a sine wave, the expansion will eventually slow down, but I don't think it can be seen on a human timescale. What is infinite field? At the end of the expansion pressure becomes zero, but gravity and time also become zero, so the electrons do not fall into the nucleus. In other words, they are frozen atoms. And he believes that these frozen atoms are in a very inert state and that there will be no change in space even after hundreds of billions of years have passed. In my cosmology, space that does not expand is a world of absolute 0 degrees. We believe that in a space that does not expand, there is no speed of light, no gravity, no internal pressure that supports the space of atoms, and no flow of time. After that, the atomic activity is restarted under the pressure of expansion or contraction. This state is the beginning of a new universe. In this way, there is no major change in the arrangement of matter in the infinite field, and the matter does not solidify due to gravity, but maintains a uniformly dispersed form. He is aware that control is working to maintain the size and order of the infinite field. I feel that. Since the infinite field transcends the space that we can observe in both spatial and temporal scales, it can be understood as an image if we consider that 13.8 billion years of spacetime are included in a small movement. Infinite field stabilizer. In the infinite field, gravity acts strongly when space expands quickly, and weakly when it expands slowly. When the universe expands quickly, gravity becomes stronger and the force that holds the universe together becomes stronger. When space expands slowly, gravity becomes weaker and there is no need to worry about galaxies becoming stuck together due to gravity. Similarly, if the space contracts quickly, the repulsive force will be strong, and if the space contracts slowly, the repulsive force will be weak, so there is no need to worry about substances diffusing due to repulsive force. In the expanding universe, matter accumulates due to gravity, and giant stars create heavy atoms through supernovas. On the other hand, in a contracting universe, matter breaks down into lighter atoms due to repulsive forces. Matter is thought to be oscillating in the universe, repeating expansion and contraction. The sense of scale of infinite field. Spacetime begins when the infinite field begins to expand. The expansion of the expanding area and the rate of expansion are not the same thing, so the observable 13.8 billion light-years of space is as shown in the figure. This allows observers to observe the same 13.8 billion light-years of space no matter where they are in the expansion area. There will be an infinite number of slightly different universes. I believe that our universe, which is a small part of the gigantic infinite field, is like an ant on the back of an elephant. I think it looks like a flat, uniform field to the ants. Moreover, our 13.8 billion years of time are condensed in the momentary movement of his infinite field. We believe that the speed of light is very fast, but on the scale of the gigantic infinifield, he does not feel that it is fast because the speed of light is erratic movement. It is clear that speed and sense of time are relative. The elephant's steps seem slow and the mouse's steps seem fast, but if you measure them, there won't be much of a difference. Also, the heartbeat of small animals is fast and the heartbeat of large animals is slow. I believe that internal time is determined by the heartbeat, so elephants and rats live in their own time worlds, and their lifetimes seem to be the same length of time. There will be visible region of infinite field. Observation site Earth. This is a diagram showing G1, Galaxy 1, G2, Galaxy 2, and U138, observation limit of 13.8 billion light-years. The colored area is the area of light that can be observed. And even further away, 20 billion light-years away, the galaxy awakened 13.8 billion years ago. At present, no light reaches the observation site Earth, which is 20 billion light-years away. A galaxy 13 billion light-years away is now 26 billion light-years away. The galaxies that we can observe are in chronological order, and we cannot observe any other galaxies because no light reaches them. I believe that in 1 billion years, the same galaxy will be observable 14.8 billion light-years away. A huge infinite field exists outside the visible region. The expansion space increases by 13.8 billion light-years, but considering the size of the infinifield, it is considered to be about the same as the partial thermal expansion of a steel ball. This means that the spatial expansion of a small system is a part of the spatial expansion of a larger system, and is ultimately summarized in the expansion of the infinite field. Although it is difficult to understand, the expansion of light can be thought of as being similar to the situation in which heat is transmitted to the surroundings. Are these properties related to infinite field? Enthalpy. Interaction force in extensive state quantity is defined as the sum of internal energy and the energy required for the work of volumetric expansion. Under constant pressure, heat flow is equivalent to change in enthalpy of the system. Boyle-Charles's law. A summary of Boyle's law and Charles's law: the volume of a gas is inversely proportional to pressure, Boyle's law, and proportional to absolute temperature, Charles's law. R equals gas constant. P equals pressure. V equals volume. T equals absolute temperature. N equals mass of gas, mole. The formula PV equals nRT. Among these, the gas constant is R equals 8.3143 J/mole K. This equation is called the ideal gas equation of state. One of the important laws of physics states that in gases, the product of pressure and volume divided by absolute temperature is always constant, PV/T equals constant. Interaction force. It was once simply called force, but the name was changed because it caused confusion with the force of classical physics. Currently, it is commonly called interaction. There are 4 types of interactions in the universe that govern the movement of matter and celestial bodies. The nuclear force that binds protons and neutrons together in the nucleus of an atom. The electromagnetic force that pulls the nucleus and electrons together. An interaction that changes one elementary particle into another elementary particle. The force of gravity that attracts celestial bodies to each other is universal gravitation. Of these, electromagnetic interaction and gravitational interaction are said to propagate infinitely. I'm not familiar with the word interaction. This is because we cannot imagine that elementary particles transmit force. I think this idea is derived from elementary particle theory. Electromagnetic force refers to the interaction in which a charge receives a force from an electric or magnetic field. There are positive and negative charges, and 2 things that are the same have a repulsive force, and 2 things that are different have an attractive force. The strength of electromagnetic force is proportional to the inverse square of distance, which he formulated as Coulomb's law. According to gauge field theory, there are particles that mediate interactions, and in the case of electromagnetic interactions, photons mediate. Is the photon that mediates electromagnetic interaction sometimes called a virtual photon? We consider the forces that act at the atomic size and the forces that propagate infinitely to be integrated into the 4 forces, but we will exclude the forces at the elementary particle size and consider electromagnetic force and gravity. Infinite field oscillating universe model. An expanding universe exists in the expanding area of the oscillating water drop shown on the left, and a contracting universe exists in the contracting area. There is a stationary area at the boundary between the expansion area and the contraction area. No energy or information is transmitted beyond this static area. The universe did not explode and expand from a single point, but the physical principles of the area where it started expanding and the area where it started contracting create light, gravity, mass, and time, creating the structure of the universe. The universe did not arise from nothing, but physical principles were born through changes in state due to 4-dimensional dynamics, and all things came into existence. This change in state is due to the oscillating energy of the infinite field surrounding our universe. This is why even when we observe the universe, we cannot find the energy source and only observe the result. The currently observed size of the universe is 13.8 billion light-years in radius. This is the limit of the size that can be observed with light, but it does not mean that it is the size of the universe. If the universe has a size, then the outer universe problem arises. There are also people who envision a multiverse, but what is the difference between universes? Also, particle theory and string theory do not consider the space between particles. In this case, space refers to separation. Currently, empty space is called a vacuum, but can a vacuum be defined? This is currently an outside physics problem. When we talk about the appearance of the universe, we may think of it as the arrangement of stars in the universe, but it is said that the amount of stars makes up only 5% of the total energy in the universe. If I were to convert it into volume, I think it would be 0.00 n%. When viewed from the perspective of the universe as a whole, there is virtually no matter. However, it cannot be denied that there is a gap called space. Particle theory says that space is filled with elementary particles, but even in this case there are gaps between elementary particles, and there are vacuum spaces. There are energy particles flying around in vacuum space, but he doesn't know how to define this space. Although there is nothing there, there is electromagnetic waves, energy, so the concept of energy space seems to be necessary. Matter density in the universe, kg/m superscript 3. Energy and matter mass are said to be equivalent. Complete vacuum, a conceptual vacuum. Space, very rough numbers. Spiral arm of the Milky Way, lowest observed value. Center of the galaxy, observed value. Limit of vacuum obtainable in the laboratory, 1.3 nPa. Corona, Sun. Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 82 kilometers. Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 68 kilometers. Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 16 kilometers. Earth's atmosphere at sea level. 0 degrees Celsius water. Average density of the Earth's crust. Iron. Gold. White dwarf. Atomic nucleus. Neutron star. Black hole, no continuity with dynamic space. What is the expansion of space? Galaxies range from dwarf galaxies with about 10 million stars to gigantic ones with 100 trillion stars. These stars form star systems and star clusters, and between them are interstellar clouds where interstellar matter and cosmic dust gather, and cosmic rays. Dark matter accounts for about 90% of the mass. It is estimated that there are at least 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe alone. Most have diameters ranging from 1,000 to 100,000 parsecs, and some are as large as several million parsecs. Intergalactic space is an extremely thin region of gas, with an average of less than 1 atom per cubic meter. The distance between galaxies, our galaxy and the Andromeda Nebula, the Andromeda Galaxy, are approximately 100,000 light-years in size, and the distance between them is 2.3 million light-years. While the distance between the Sun and Alpha Centauri is 30 million times the size of the Sun, the distance to the Andromeda Galaxy is only 23 times the size of the Milky Way. Although the stars in a galaxy are sparsely dispersed, the galaxy as a whole is held together by gravity and moves as a group. Some galaxies move toward each other, while others move away from each other. There is an expansion of space that includes the movement of stars and galaxies. The air around us is made up of oxygen and nitrogen atoms. There is a vacuum between these oxygen and nitrogen atoms. Similarly, inside the atomic structure, there is a vacuum between the nucleus and the electrons. Expansion of space means that these vacuum spaces are expanding. Also, it's not that the arrangement of galaxies is expanding, it's that space itself is expanding. It is difficult to mentally understand the expansion of space as an image of real space. The expansion of 300,000 kilometers per second is compared to our walking speed of 1 meter per second. There is a 9-digit difference from the speed of light, 300 million meters per second, so the image cannot catch up. The expansion rate of gases follows Charles's law. When the pressure is constant, any gas expands by 1/273, 0.00366, of its volume at 0 degrees Celsius for every 1 degree Celsius rise in temperature. For example, if the volumetric expansion rate of space is 0.0037/K, the actual size of expanding space is 13.8 billion light-years /0.0037x cosmic temperature, 2.7 K, equals 10 trillion light-years. This would lead him to say that an area of 10 trillion light-years began expanding 13.8 billion years ago, a silent Big Bang. The above was estimated using a gas expansion model. The expansion and contraction of the infinite field may be thought of as a kind of oscillation model of the field, due to the kinetic energy and inertial force of the field rather than temperature. Since the vibration of the field and the speed of light are not the same thing, I think the range where the field is awakened and the range where the speed of light can propagate are different. In the case of expansion that started from a single point due to the Big Bang, I think it is safe to assume that it expands at the same speed in all directions, but in the case of space expansion that started with the awakening of four-dimensional dynamic space, it is not possible to think that the expansion rate is constant. I don't think you can. Why the dark universe? Although outer space is filled with light, the only light that can be seen is the light that is directed toward the observer. That's why outer space appears pitch black. This proves that the universe is expanding. Of the light emitted from the light source, only the light that is directed towards the observer is observed. The universe is filled with light, but all the visible light is point light sources. Familiar scenes are seen as a collection of point light sources of objects. The amount of light that can be observed is small. Space without stars appears pitch black because there is no light coming towards the observer. In reality, it is a space filled with dense photons. Mandelbrot set, infinite space in mathematics. The Mandelbrot set is the set formed by all complex numbers C that satisfy the condition that the complex number sequence defined by the following asymptotic formula does not diverge to infinity in the limit of n infinity. What occupies most of the area of the Mandelbrot set on the complex plane is a fractal figure, which is created by infinitely repeating a process in which a cardioid, including the origin, is circumscribed by countless circles, which are further circumscribed by countless smaller circles. If you zoom in further, you will see countless shapes similar to this fractal shape. In addition, the region of slow divergence that encompasses these figures also has fractal characteristics and constitutes various geometric elements such as spirals and similarities. It has been proven that the entire Mandelbrot set is connected. To rewrite the Mandelbrot set without using complex numbers, replace Zn with the point xn, yn. Replace C with the point A, B, respectively. And it is sufficient. To explain the sense of scale of the physical world using the Mandelbrot set, when the expansion rate of our universe of 14 billion light-years is 1.3245 times 10 to the power of -26 m, he says that the overall image of the infinifield is the basic expansion rate of the Mandelbrot set when it feels like m. The shapes of the Mandelbrot set have an infinite hierarchy starting from the basic shape. Calculate this as the magnification factor. There is no information that indicates our position in any hierarchy, also do not know what level we are in the hierarchy of the entire universe. In addition, Mandelbrot figures, which are drawn using simple principles, contain an image of the basic shape at every level. This means that we can see the structure of the universe all around us, but we may not be aware of it. Overall structure of space. Thinking that the universe exists in the etheric ocean, he searched for the cause of the transmission of light. During this period, people imagined a mysterious substance called ether. He believed that the universe was filled with something and tried to explain all interactions. However, he finds no reaction from the ether. I think that the state replaced by quantum theory is the current physics, but there is no change in thinking that it is filled with particles. When sound travels through particles that fill space, like sound in the air, it is called a wave. In this case, independent energy is required for the sound source and light source. What is expanding is space. The space surrounding oxygen and nitrogen atoms is expanding. The spaces between the atoms that make up stones and metals are expanding. The spaces between the cells in our bodies are expanding, but he cannot feel this expansion. It's similar to how it's hard to feel the presence of air in real life. The size of the universe confirmed by observation is said to be 13.8 billion light-years, but he called the area that is thought to extend outside this universe the infinite field. It is thought that there are countless universes with different times and spaces, but there is no exchange of information with our universe. When expressed numerically, the gigantic world and the infinitesimal world seem to exist in the same way, but since anything smaller than an atomic size is smaller than the tip of a fingernail, they cannot be said to have the same spatial principle. I think the same thing can be said about timescales. We imagine the scale of time and space based on the human scale, so we can understand everything from the size of an atom to the size of the observed universe, but we cannot imagine a world smaller or larger than that as a physical entity. In infinite field space, space may be maintained on the principle that the galaxy size is the minimum size. Cosmology. Time is force, four-dimensional dynamics. Cosmology. 4. The theory of everything induced by time is force. Summary. This cosmology began by searching for the cause of the speed of light. In space that is expanding at the speed of light, photons separated from the light source are directly affected by the expansion, so from the observer's perspective, they appear to be diffusing at the speed of light. gravity, mass, and time are generated from this interaction between space and expansion. I think this can be understood by looking at relative motion in expanded space, four-dimensional space. The expansion of space can be explained by the idea of an increase in entropy, but it is difficult to understand even if we say that it is an increase in entropy. Rather, it would be more understandable to call it the expansion of space. If we focus on matter, it becomes diluted. And in four-dimensional space, expansion and contraction coexist. This is the essence of four-dimensional space. There seems to be a principle that the total volume remains unchanged, that is, expansion volume plus contraction volume equals 1. If you think about what the infinite field is filled with, it would be elementary particles. Rather, it is easier to explain if you think of it as a field filled with energy. Although it is not a physical object, it is a flowing energy, but it is thought that the flow creates shades of light and shade, which creates gravity and matter. Expansion of space is different from expansion of material arrangement. The current expansion of the universe refers to galaxies moving away from each other, but this is due to the expansion of the arrangement of galaxies, not the expansion of space itself. The expansion of space can be observed as a phenomenon in which electromagnetic waves diffuse at the speed of light, but since we cannot see space itself, we can only speculate. Instead of thinking that this expansion of space will continue forever, he eventually slows down, stops, and begins to contract. The movement of this infinite field creates a four-dimensional universe without singularities. As a force that supports this nature of the infinite field, there may be a force other than gravity, such as adhesive force, or a force such as surface tension in water. His infinite field, which fluctuates in a sinusoidal manner, seamlessly expands and contracts. This seamless, fluid-like movement creates an eternal universe with no singularity. Infinite field has a simple and perfect principle of moderation. These are the law of inertia regarding motion and the principle of constant absolute quantity regarding matter and energy. Einstein expanded Newtonian mechanics into the theory of relativity, and during his time, elementary particle theory began to be actively researched among physicists. Efforts are still being made to find a unified theory that combines relativity and elementary particle theory. The Big Bang theory, which considers the universe to have arisen from nothing, has a singularity problem and its logic breaks down. Four-dimensional dynamics cosmology considers the container region of the universe. 4 dimensions is a coordinate system in which 3 dimensions of space and space itself are expanding or contracting. Newtonian mechanics and current physics have established the basic physical constants of speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time, which are derived from the current cosmic conditions. It is unreasonable to think that such a constant exists in nature. It is thought that there is a simple spatial principle ruled only by inertial force in his infinite field, which is a container for the universe. In cosmology, time is force, the speed of light is a visualization of photons riding on the expansion of space, and the unevenness of the expansion speed of matter and its surroundings is the distortion of space, which he considered to be gravity. And the total amount of distortion in space created by matter is mass. We also think of the change in events due to the expansion of space as time. This four-dimensional space-time dynamics is the subject of his cosmology. We think that light travels extremely fast, but this is the expansion of the universe itself, not the speed of particles relative to space. I feel that the speed of light exists not because the light is moving, but because we observers remain in the expanding space. The four-dimensional spacetime that is expanding in the space surrounding this real universe is recognized by us as the speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time. Cause of the speed of light: in space expanding at the speed of light, photons separated from the light source are directly affected by the expansion, so from the observer's perspective, they diffuse at the speed of light, expansion speed. It looks like it is. Photons carried by the expansion of space do not need their own energy to reach the speed of light. Therefore, the photon is relatively stationary in the expanded coordinate system. Cause of gravity. The expansion of space is continuous from the inner space of matter to outer space. However, the expansion speed changes inside the material. This speed change is the acceleration of space and is observed by us as gravity. Gravity is not an inherent property of matter, but is a spatial force born from the interaction of space and matter in expanding space. Cause of mass. Space that is accelerating in all directions around matter is distorted. This total amount of strain is the mass of the material. In other words, when matter moves, space tries to maintain its shape due to the law of inertia. This force is expressed as the mass of matter. Also, the movement of space that tries to release the total amount of strain in space is the total amount of energy that mass has. Cause of electromagnetic force. Three-dimensional particles larger than photons are left behind because they cannot ride the expansion of space. As a result, they receive friction from the expansion of space, which gives the electrons and protons in space a charge due to friction. Electromagnetic force is consumed as a resistance force against external force, but because it is constantly charged with electric charge due to the frictional force of space expansion, it maintains the structure of matter as a stable electromagnetic force. Causes of nuclear force. Nuclear force can be thought of as electromagnetic force and gravity between particles sharing a field in a microscopic space, so it is a property that can be analyzed from mass field theory in a microscopic space. I think it is. Mass field theory in microspace is the interaction between electromagnetic force and gravity that occurs in a closed space, and I hope that it will be analyzed using experimental physics. Cause of time. The expansion of space and the flow of time are the same thing. We have the illusion that changes in space and energy due to expansion are the flow of time. There is no time axis in four-dimensional space. This is an artificial coordinate axis that shows changes due to expansion. We living creatures have the illusion that changes in events in four-dimensional dynamic space are a constant time axis. Four-dimensional space. In the four-dimensional dynamic space, expansion and contraction coexist and maintain balance. This unique dynamic energy is observed in the form of speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time. Therefore, the theory of everything is completed by integrating physical formulas into a four-dimensional dynamics unit system. The four-dimensional dynamics cosmology, which started from the cause of the speed of light, has now reached its 10th anniversary and has finally reached the inversion theory of expansion and contraction of the universe, integrating the speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time from the expansion of space. I was able to explain. And in March 2018 he introduced the infinite field to explain the cause of the accelerating expansion of space. Also, in February 2019, he realized that frictional electricity is generated from the expansion of space and gives charge to atoms. Similarly, I think nuclear force can be explained as a gravitational phenomenon in microscopic space. It is thought that originally the way one force worked was seen by him as four forces, theory of everything. It has been said that once the theory of everything is completed, it is expected to become the ultimate physical theory that will not only be able to explain all the properties of elementary particles, but also explain the creation and disappearance of the universe, time and space. However, I realized that space cannot be explained using the properties of elementary particles. Also, the birth and extinction of the universe can be explained as the beginning and end of an expanding universe, or the beginning and end of a contracting universe, but it cannot explain the creation of the universe, where something comes from nothing. No matter what explanation you give, if you don't take into account the infinite field that encompasses the universe, it will become a problem outside the universe. If there is an outside, then we must define the outside as the universe. The physical constants that exist in the universe are not constants but variables. Since it is a change on the time axis at the cosmic level, it appears to us as a constant. The properties of space, which is created from the enormous oscillating energy of the universe, appear to be constant in the short term. The universe we observe is an instantaneous event that occurred in a four-dimensional dynamic space. What is four-dimensional dynamic space? In terms of mathematical coordinate axes, it may appear to be in the ninth dimension, where alpha is the expansion velocity and expansion acceleration. All phenomena are born from the gigantic oscillating energy of the universe. It is impossible to think that this movement has a constant. The fluctuations of space are constantly changing due to interactions in the macrocosmos. The principles of space, speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, time, arise from this lifelike movement. Einstein defined four dimensions as 3 dimensions plus time. Later generations have independently performed dimension plus 1 and called it the ninth dimension or the 11th dimension. If so, will the number of dimensions continue to increase? Also, the mathematics that devise dimensions considered behavior in a stationary coordinate system. Since it is constant, constants can also be considered. Subsequently, in elementary particle theory, a confusion of recognition has occurred that can be called an explosion of nothingness. If we lived in a stationary coordinate system, there would be no life activity. Rather than discussing the number of dimensions, which is a favorite of theorists, I think it is important to express in words the spatiotemporal elements that actually exist. I believe that this cosmology has been able to describe the infinite universe as a reality that can be imagined. The structural principle of all things. Quantum mechanical cosmology cannot imagine the structure of the universe. Quantum is a point, so it cannot explain the principles of space. In order to imagine the structure of the universe, we must consider the separation and interaction of space. In other words, the cosmological model developed from quantum theory cannot explain the expansive spatial principle. We think of it simply as the expansion of a vacuum, but imagining particles that create a vacuum is itself a contradiction. If the vacuum is filled with matter, space can be explained from quantum properties. Now that the universe itself is matter, where did the vacuum of space go? The universe is clearly made up of vast expanses of empty space. Quantum mechanical explanations are not necessary to understand the action and reaction of Newtonian mechanics. The natural world will stabilize itself and expand the separation between substances until interaction is minimized, and space will become stable at the point where the structure is such that it does not disturb each other's fields. This stable state may be the current universe. Although the current distance between stars seems too far, it can also be said that they are far enough apart that gravitational interactions can be ignored. What is the four-dimensional dynamics universe model? What is the universe like? I was looking for a space model that would give me an idea of the reality. Outside the observable space of 13.8 billion light-years, there is an expanding universe that cannot be observed, but this area has the same cosmic principles as ours. Furthermore, imagine that there is an infinite four-dimensional space that contains this cosmic principle. This space is his dynamic space, which is a mixture of expansion space, contraction space, and cryogenic space. The Big Bang theory states that light from the universe farther away than 13.8 billion light-years cannot be observed because it has not arrived. This is considered to be the size of the universe. It is not an infinite space, but a finite space of 13.8 billion light-years. The Big Bang theory defined it as such. However, in recent years, the James Webb Space Telescope has made it possible to observe outer space around 13.8 billion light-years, and it is said that the Big Bang theory may be in error because it does not match the view predicted by the Big Bang theory. Also, there is no way to explain the observed fact of accelerating expansion of the universe, because it is impossible to find huge amounts of energy in space. It is necessary to envision our cosmic principles by assuming that these energies are distributed throughout the universe. This results in a cosmology that can take into account the structure of the entire universe. Macrocosm. Four-dimensional dynamic space. The overall structure of the universe, including the expanding world and the contracting world. Our largest virtual space in expanded space. Maximum observable space within expansion time. Large-scale cosmic structure of the universe. Spiral structure of galaxies. Solar system. Earth. Substance. Nucleus. The world of elementary particles. Energy world. The universe is a universe filled with energy. History of cosmology. 1687, Newton. Principia Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. Takakazu Seiki, 1640 to 1708, mathematician of the early Edo period, founder of Seikiryu Weizen. 1729, Gray. Discovery of electrical conduction. 1745, Christ-Mussenberg. Invention of the Leyden bottle. 1752, Franklin. Experimental proof of air electricity. 1753, Canton. Discovery of electrostatic induction. 1758, Euler. Equation of motion of rigid bodies. Introduction of the concept of moment of inertia. Theory of spinning top. 1759, Epinus. Theory of action at a distance of electric force. 1766, Cavendish. Discovery of hydrogen flammable air. 1770, Scheele. Discovery of oxygen. 1772, Lavoisier. Mass invariance. American Independence Day, July 4, 1776, American Republic. Tadataka Ino, 1745 to 1818, created a complete survey map of the coast of Japan. 1777, Cavallo. Invention of the electroscope. Coulomb. Theory of remote action of magnetic force. 1781, Cavendish. Synthesis of water from oxygen and hydrogen. 1782, Laplace. Laplace's equation. 1785, Coulomb. Coulomb's law. 1788, Lagrangian. Analytical mechanics Lagrangian equation of motion. Fundamental equations of fluid mechanics. 1792, Richter. Stoichiometry law of equivalent proportions. 1797, Volta. Discovery of contact electricity. 1803, Dalton. Atomic theory, law of multiple proportions, law of partial pressure. Announcement of atomic mass table Berzelius. 1808, G. Lussac. Laws of gas reactions. 1811, Avogadro. Molecular theory of simple substances. Berzelius' precise measurement of atomic weight. 1813, Poisson. Potential theory of static electricity and magnetism. 1820, Ørsted. Discovery of the effect of electric current on a magnetic needle. Ampere. Discovery of interaction between electric currents. 1821, Seebeck. Discovery of thermoelectromotive force. Display of magnetosphere by iron powder. Fresnel transverse wave theory of light. 1827, Ohm. Ohm's law. 1831, Michael Faraday. Discovery of electromagnetic induction. Katsushika Hokusai, 1760 to 1849, ukiyo-e artist Hokusai manga 36 views of Fuji. 1832, Henry. Discovery of self-induction. 1834, Lenz. Lenz's law regarding the direction of induced current. 1841, Joule. Joule's law about the thermal action of electric current. 1850, Leon Foucault. Confirmed that the speed of light in water is lower than in air. 1850, Clausius. Second law of thermodynamics. Introduction of entropy. 1859, Darwin. Origin of species. 1864, Maxwell. Establishment of electromagnetic field equations. Dynamical theory of electromagnetic fields. Bosch and War, 1868 to 1869, a civil war in Japan fought between the Satsuma and Choshu Tosa and the former shogunate forces. 1869, Mendeleev. Periodic table of the elements. 1873, Maxwell. Theory of electricity and magnetism. 1887, Hertz. Verification of electromagnetic waves. Discovery of the photoelectric effect. Michelson-Morley. Experiment on constancy of the speed of light. 1895, Röntgen. Discovery of X-rays. 1896, Becquerel. Natural radioactivity of uranium. 1897, Joseph John Thomson. Conformation of the electron. 1898, Curie. Discovery of radium. 1900, Max Planck. Quantum hypothesis. 1905, Einstein. Published Special Theory of Relativity. Natsume Soseki, 1867–1916, after studying in England, he quit his teaching position and became an Asahi Shimbun writer. 1915, Einstein. Published General Theory of Relativity. 1917, Willem de Sitter. Deduced an isotropic model of the universe with a cosmological constant. End of World War I, 1918, a total of 25 countries between the Allies and the Central Allies. 1922, Westsleifer. Discovery of systematic redshifts of spiral galaxies. Toyota Industries, 1926, textile machinery automotive engine compressor. 1929, Edwin Hubble. Showed the relationship between linear redshift and distance, showing the expansion of the universe. 1938, Lise Meitner. Radiation, nuclear physics, elucidation of nuclear fission. The end of World War II, 1945, and the beginning of independence for each country. 1948, Shoji Gaimov. Predicted the existence of cosmic microwave background radiation. 1961, Robert H. Dicke. The first weak anthropic principle. 1965, Martin Reisbaron and Dennis William. Published The Density Distribution of Quasars. 1965, Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson. Discovered the 2.7 K microwave background radiation. 1981, Vyacheslav and Sibisov. Proposed that quantum fluctuations lead to inflation. 1981, Sato and Alan Guth. Proposed the inflation Big Bang model. 1990, Kobe of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. The cosmic microwave background radiation is blackbody radiation. 1999, anisotropic spectral oscillations detected by measurements of cosmic microwave background radiation. 2003, NASA's WMAP. Obtained a detailed map of cosmic microwave radiation over the entire sky. 2003, Thron's Great Wall is found. 2006, WMAP revealed that hydrogen and helium account for about 5% of all matter in the universe. Reprinted from Wikipedia. 2011, Hikima. Principal discovery of speed of light, gravity, mass, time. Published on the Internet on January 23, 2011. One of the largest nuclear power plant accidents caused by an earthquake and tsunami. March 11, 2011 simultaneous accident at 4 nuclear power plants. 2018, Hikima. Universe reversal theory of expansion and contraction. Published on the Internet. 2019, Hikima. Explained the causes of electromagnetic force and nuclear force and established it as a theory of everything. Published on the Internet. The International Committee on Taxonomy of Viruses announced his SARS-CoV-2, first discovered in 2019, in 2020. 2021, Hikima. Four-dimensional dynamics cosmology, theory of everything, published on the Internet. Newton's Principia, 1687, which described the mathematical principles of natural philosophy, was a groundbreaking work that integrated mass, momentum, and inertia through mathematics. Faraday, 1831, discovery of electromagnetic induction. Foucault, 1850, confirmed that the speed of light in water is lower than in air. Röntgen, 1895, discovery of X-rays. Curie, 1898, discovery of radium. Planck, 1900, quantum hypothesis and other substances. Einstein's, 1915, general theory of relativity summarized this in the formula E equals mc superscript 2. In 1929, Hubble observed the receding phenomenon of galaxies and went back in time to create the Big Bang theory, which continues to this day. Although he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 2011 for discovering the accelerating expansion of space, he is currently unable to explain the reason for this accelerating expansion. Satellite observation technology that has advanced over the past 100 years has made it possible to see the outer appearance of the universe, and cosmology has entered a major turning point. Hubble Ultra Deep Field Image taken by the Hubble Space Telescope. Observation of the cosmic microwave background radiation confirms the observation limits of the universe. 95% of the material composition of the entire universe is invisible, and hydrogen and helium was confirmed to be 5% of his. It has been described as a four-dimensional dynamic cosmology, theory of everything, that relates these latest information. Approximately 100 years after Newtonian mechanics, electromagnetism was born. 100 years later, nuclear physics was born. Another 100 years later, Einstein expressed the theory of relativity. Another 100 years later, four-dimensional dynamic cosmology imagined a super four-dimensional space, infinite field, that contained the universe. Here, expansion and contraction coexist and maintain a balance, and the oscillating energy is observed to transform into a variety of energies. Rather than various forces existing in the universe, it is thought that he is the energy of the infinite field that manifests itself in the form of various forces. Looking back at cosmology. He started writing cosmology as a hobby, Time is Force, and in 2019 this cosmology became a four-dimensional dynamics cosmology. The theory of everything was the integration of four forces, but my cosmology is a simplified theory that consolidates the four forces into one force. This made it possible for anyone to recognize it as a concrete model of the universe. Newtonian mechanics can explain the operation of the planets in the solar system. Newton was a man 300 years ago, so I don't think he ever had in mind that humans would go into space, but his scientific principles brought about results that even he never imagined. Einstein's greatest achievement was his interpretation of relative motion, in which he attempted to describe the principles of outer space using mathematical formulas. Quantum mechanics attempts to explain the universe using the properties and behavior of elementary particles. In addition, string theory attempts to explain the universe using quantum mechanics, which replaces the properties of a wide variety of elementary particles with the vibrations of strings. The Big Bang theory states that the universe has a beginning and an end. But where did the energy to get started come from? Also, where did the energy go at the end? This belief that things have a beginning and an end is a human way of looking at things and cannot be applied to the universe. In order for a theory to have no singularity, it is necessary for it to remain as it is, like the law of inertia. There was a time when Einstein's spatial physics led to the particle physics of his Niels Bohr and others, and it became too far apart to be called physics. In addition, Hawking's theory of black holes was not a type of physics that would deepen our concrete understanding of space. And although there are endless science fiction topics such as multiverse theory, time travel, and alternate dimensional universes, none of them can explain the structural principles of the macrocosm. Are gravity and acceleration in space different things? Were the properties of elementary particles determined before the creation of the universe? Is there any meaning in thinking about what happened before our universe was created? Are there any other theories that explain the causes of light speed and inertial mass? We currently believe that elementary particles transmit the force of all things, But what kind of mechanical mechanism is this? It seems necessary to unify the cosmological model before considering a superunified theory. You may be familiar with the Mandelbrot set, which is a mysterious figure that contains basic elements and shapes in an infinite hierarchy. This structure is a complex figure drawn from a simple principle, but it is actually a repetition of a simple principle. It's the same with the macrocosm. Our surroundings are filled with cosmic principles, but because they are in different hierarchies, we may not be able to compare them. I believe that the static universe that Einstein believed is a universe in which expansion and contraction are balanced, with some regions expanding and others contracting. Our universe of 14 billion light-years is an expanding universe, but when he considers the universe on a larger scale, it is a stable infinite space. In a cosmic model with a beginning and an end, what will happen to him? I can't answer that question. Through this cosmology, I realized that the boundary between matter and energy is ambiguous. This feeling lowers the barrier between the real material world and the spiritual world, and he is creating increasingly diverse interpretations of the universe, but because the principle is one, it is called the principle. Currently, cosmology based on elementary particle theory and superstring theory is being actively researched, but even if it is mathematically beautiful, he does not believe that the mathematical concept that represents the shape of the container in this world is the shape of the universe. It wasn't prepared beforehand. Mathematics is nothing but a tool that allows anyone to objectively explain principles that can be understood theoretically. We concluded that the expansion energy of space creates the principle of the universe, but what is space? What fills the four-dimensional infinite field? There may be a huge fluid-like space that we cannot define, but this remains a topic for the future. Issues like this are in the field of theoretical physics, and since they cannot be confirmed through observation or experimentation, there is no way to prove their correctness. However, there is such a thing as logical correctness without contradiction. Summary: the theory of everything that cosmology aims for is an attempt at a theory, unified field theory, that uniformly describes the four forces that exist in nature: electromagnetic force, weak force, strong force, and gravity. The electromagnetic force and the weak force are unified by the Weinberg-Salom theory, electroweak theory. The theory that describes the electroweak force and the strong force in a unified manner is called the Great Unification theory, and research is progressing. Ultimately, a theory was devised that unifiedly describes all forces, including gravity, and this is called the theory of everything or superunification theory. Once the theory of everything is completed, it is expected that it will not only be able to explain the causes of force and energy in the universe, but also become the ultimate theory that will allow us to understand time, space, and the universe itself. It has been 10 years since four-dimensional dynamics cosmology, which started from the cause of the speed of light, has finally reached the inversion theory of expansion and contraction of the universe, which is the speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, time. Could be explained integrally from spatial expansion. And in March 2018 he introduced the infinite field to explain the cause of the accelerating expansion of space. In February 2019, he realized that due to the expansion of space, frictional electricity is generated between space and matter, giving atoms an electric charge. Similarly, I think nuclear force can be explained as a gravitational phenomenon in microscopic space. Originally, the way one force, expansion of space, worked was seen as his four forces. This can be considered the theory of everything. Expanding cosmology without singularities means that space is a smooth continuous space throughout the universe. Does a special state called a singularity occur in the state of nature? Recognizing singularity causes endless confusion in logic. This idea became an important factor in advancing his cosmology. The speed of light, gravity, mass, charge, and time are generated from this spatial expansion and the interaction of matter. I think this can be understood by looking at relative motion in expanded space, four-dimensional space. The current expansion of the universe refers to galaxies moving away from each other, but this is due to the expansion of the arrangement of galaxies, not the expansion of space itself. The expansion of space can be observed as a phenomenon in which electromagnetic waves diffuse at the speed of light, but since we cannot see space itself, we can only speculate. Instead of thinking that this expansion of space will continue forever, he eventually slows down, stops, and begins to contract. The movement of this infinite field creates the four-dimensional universe. As a force that supports this nature of the infinite field, there may be a force other than gravity, such as adhesive force, or a force such as surface tension in water. 4 dimensions is a coordinate system in which 3 dimensions of space and space itself are expanding or contracting. Newtonian mechanics and current physics have established the following basic physical constants: speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, time. This is a result of the current cosmic conditions, and it is unreasonable for him to think that such a constant exists in nature. It is thought that the infinite field, which is the container of the universe, has a simple spatial principle that is governed only by inertial force. When thinking about cosmology, the most important thing to be careful about is that the fields we are dealing with are often extremely small fields. The universe as we know it is made up of points, and we don't understand it because we look at the points and imagine a linear path toward the future. Although the figures of the Mandelbrot set are infinitely expanding figures, he includes the message of the basic form in every layer. We can also find swirls around us. There is also a mysterious structure in the arrangement of sunflower seeds. This is not the structure that he imagined Himawari to create. All natural objects are formed by the arrangement of basic forms that exist in the universe. If we classify and organize the natural phenomena that we know about, we may discover trends in the principles of the universe. If there is a structure shown in mathematics, many people would like to think that it is God's creation, but when we consider that the observed universe is not too similar to the macrocosm, we can understand the complex principles of the universe. It is assumed that it does not exist. I wrote it as the law of inertia here, but I think there is another way to express it, but I don't know how to express it at the moment. When you think about things in order, the natural world is very simple. When I started writing about cosmology, I felt like I was entering vast, unknown territory. However, I realized that there are very few known principles. As a result of organizing and reconstructing these, we were able to derive unexpectedly simple and clear results. What kind of philosophies and religions would people create if they realized that the world was simple? While writing this page, I read articles about cosmology, and many of them converge on the spiritual world. All intellectual actions are guided by a labyrinth that has been intentionally created. This cosmology excludes fiction and is derived from known knowledge. I think everyone can understand cosmology. Because all around us is the universe itself. Anyone can understand something that they can see, touch, and confirm. I also think it should be written like that. The reason we find things difficult to understand is because we are wandering through the labyrinth of knowledge. This understanding is very important. If you realize this, you will have great possibilities in your future life. Without wasting your energy on boring things, you can escape from the labyrinth of knowledge and expand your world to your heart's content, whether it's the world of love or the world of debauchery. Conclusion. When I started writing about cosmology, time is force, I wondered what kind of explanation we would get when the structure of the universe was clarified in the future. His Newtonian mechanics, which mathematically describes the properties of gravity, can be understood by anyone who has studied Newton's mechanics. It is also convincing to see this phenomenon in real life. I think there are still very few people who can understand Einstein's theory of relativity as it is in mathematical formulas. I also don't understand bits and pieces, but as I read through his pages about gravitational effects and the mysteries of time, I came to understand them. In Einstein's time, there was no concept of an expanding universe, so you can imagine how innovative his theory of relativity was. Expanding cosmology after Edwin Hubble. Cosmic microwave background radiation. The age of the universe is 13.8 billion years. Large-scale structure of the universe. Accelerating expansion of the universe. These have been confirmed by the development of precise observational instruments. It's something. By incorporating these observational results, I believe we have reached a certain point of view regarding the causes of the speed of light, the causes of gravity, what mass is, what time is, and the structure of the universe observed as expansion. He started writing Cosmology Time is Force in 2008. At first, he was stuck in the Planck time and large number hypothesis and could not find a way out. In January 2010, I created a space map and solidified my image. In this image, I thought that the speed of light was a visualization of the expansion of space, July 3, 2010. He also derived from this and realized that the acceleration of space expansion of matter and its surroundings is the cause of gravity, January 23, 2011. In order to explain the accelerating expansion of space, which won him the 2011 Nobel Prize, he introduced the infinite field in March 2018 to explain the cause of the accelerating expansion of space. Also, in February 2019, he realized that frictional electricity is generated from the expansion of space and gives charge to electrons and protons. Similarly, I think nuclear force can be explained as a gravitational phenomenon in microscopic space. It is thought that originally the way one force worked was seen as his four powers. The goal was reached in 2020 as a four-dimensional dynamics cosmology. This is a paradoxical integration of forces by considering that the expansion energy or contraction energy of the universe is the only spatial energy, and that four forces are generated from a single energy. This led to the creation of a four-dimensional dynamics universe model, which assumes that all interactions are caused by the oscillating energy of space in four-dimensional dynamics space. I am convinced that the universe is created by the principle of constant absolute quantity and free interaction. All truths are easy to understand once they are discovered, the point is to discover them. Galileo Galilei. For scientists, cosmology is constructed from reality, observation, inference, and theoretical accumulation. This cosmology consistently explains the real image and behavior of the macrocosm by expanding it to an infinite field of infinite size that far exceeds the size of the observed universe. Some people think that particles fill the vacuum space, but when it comes to particles, there are gaps between them. It is thought that the nature of this gap determines the principles of the universe. In fact, since we have no clue about the nature of vacuum space, religious people will probably say that vacuum energy space is a creation of God. For scientists, the energy filling the universe is the expanding energy of space in an expanding universe. Although it was not possible to show the actual state of this energy, it was actually four-dimensional dynamics energy, expansion energy of space. This world has become a world where everything has been visualized as soon as it begins to expand. Many people think that modern science, in which particle theory involves colliding matter and trying to learn the essence of matter from the properties of the broken pieces, is a precise and ultimate form of research. Since it is a spark during a collision, it is not an elementary particle or a stable particle, but a temporary energy phenomenon, so there is no bottled elementary particle or individual energy. When he thinks about the structure of the universe and how it interacts, he extracts the latent structure of any phenomenon and thinks of ways to understand and possibly control it. For example, we do not have the knowledge to explain the speed of light, gravity, mass of matter, temperature of the universe, etc., but he believes that these are caused by the essential structure of the universe. Since the universe is a continuum, the structural principles that form it are the same. Whether this is a living thing or a mineral, it is thought that the same principle is caused like a natural phenomenon. Therefore, it is a theory of everything. Particle theory, string theory, Big Bang theory, etc., as individual scientific theories are studies of individual phenomena based on individual assumptions. What integrates these is the theory of everything. Appendix: Cosmology Time is Force. 5. Dynamics Space Model and Future Humanity. Our world has been thought of as three-dimensional plus time. This means that there is a time coordinate axis separate from the x-y-z spatial coordinate axes. Therefore, some scholars say that he is capable of considering multiple universes and is capable of time travel. In this way of thinking, there is a three-dimensional coordinate world for each minimum time. This can be expressed using mathematics or computer graphics, but it is physically impossible. Computer graphics has developed to such a high level that he is flooded with image information that depicts impossible worldviews. If the freedom of imagination is left unchecked, he is worried that this society will become confused with lies and delusions, and that humanity, which has evolved its brain, will reach its final stage and become extinct due to information and delusions. What is the basic unit system of physics? The International System of Units has its origins in the Meter Convention signed in Paris in 1875. At the International Assembly of Weights and Measures, 7 basic units based on length, m, mass, kg, time, s, electric current, A, thermodynamic temperature, K, amount of substance, mole, and luminous intensity, CD. It consists of a system and a building unit prefix. The 7 basic units are length, mass, time, amperage, thermodynamic temperature, luminous intensity, and amount of matter. A constructed unit is a unit expressed by combining basic units and using mathematical symbols for multiplication and division. Prefixes correspond to multipliers such as nano, centimeter, giga, etc. The physical unit system that we currently use was established by humans for convenience and has no basis in the structure of the universe. The speed of light is something we think of as a constant, but he wondered how this speed is given. The speed of light is said to be constant regardless of the energy of the light source and regardless of the frequency or wavelength of the light. In four-dimensional dynamics cosmology, the speed of light was considered to be photons carried by the expansion of space. Therefore, the constant of the macrocosm is considered to be the expansion rate, but this value also applies to our time in the local coordinate system, and we do not know how the expansion rate will change in the future. And since time is a mathematical form of the changes in events created by the expansion of space, it cannot be said that the speed of time in space where the expansion speed changes is constant. Cosmological constant? Time is a general concept that indicates the amount of change in the state created by humans, so it does not exist in the universe. Distance occurs when multiple intervals are compared and can only be expressed in relative terms. Gravity is the acceleration of space, but since the expansion rate of space is not constant, gravity is also not constant. There can't be a constant in the universe, right? Who established the constant? The universe exists on the principle of inertia, which is not influenced by anything. Whether it is moving or not, it is free inertial motion, which requires no constant or initial value. This means that things can only be compared relatively. However, even though they are relative, the numerator and denominator change in the same way, so they cannot be compared. The energy, force, of the universe is the expansion and contraction of the infinite field, in other words, it is momentum from the beginning. Therefore, when energy is extracted, it is expressed as momentum. There is no need to integrate the 4 forces. There is only one force from the beginning, therefore, it is not a grand unified theory, but a theory of all things based on a single source of energy. The four-dimensional dynamics unit system is what he is trying to show the entire world, including the back of the universe. Particle theory, string theory, and M theory are all theories within a limited coordinate system. Therefore, it is thought that the highest spatial principle exists in the infinite field that repeats expansion and contraction. All forces are a function of the rate of expansion, so this is the theory of everything. Currently, gravity is explained by assuming elementary particles called gravitons, but how do elementary particles work to cause gravitational phenomena? Are we saying that when an object accelerates, gravitons emerge from space? I think it can be explained more simply by thinking of gravity as acceleration in space. The size of his coordinate system, which includes an expansion region and a contraction region, is several tens of orders of magnitude larger than the size considered by the conventional Big Bang theory. Our world is like a small bubble in a dynamic coordinate system. This expanding region can be compared to a space that expands as it rises due to buoyancy, like a bubble created in the deep sea. The physical principles of this world, speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, time, are born from the expanded coordinate system principle. Four-dimensional space and three-dimensional space. The controversy between Niels Bohr and his Einstein, God does not play dice, is famous but still difficult to explain. Niels Bohr, a scientist in quantum mechanics, observes quantum behavior as it is. Meanwhile, Einstein is arguing while looking at images of quanta. In other words, the reason why the two cannot agree is because they are confusing and arguing about four-dimensional space and three-dimensional space. A four-dimensional space is a three-dimensional space in which the coordinate system itself expands, so we must take this expansion into consideration. This is the phenomenon that appears when we look at the coordinate system at the quantum level. In other words, the position of a quantum floating on a wave cannot be determined if the size is less than a certain time width. You can see them jumping out of the way, like frames in a video shot. Continuous movement cannot be observed near the minimum time width. The multiverse interpretation derived from Schrödinger's cat is an argument that if he placed a device in a box that spews out poisonous gas at random and put a cat inside, would the cat inside be dead or alive? From the standpoint of quantum mechanics, we thought that the cat in the box was both a living cat and a dead cat coexisting. When the lid of the box is opened and observed, life or death is determined. It was thought that it was unreasonable to think that living cats and dead cats could coexist, and the multiverse interpretation was born. There is a universe of living cats and a universe of dead cats. Therefore, an observer of the living cat universe will observe a living cat when he opens the box. On the other hand, an observer of the dead cat universe says that there is no contradiction because when he opens the box, he can observe a dead cat. Some cats face to the right, and some cats face to the left. When you think about this, there are infinite variations in the state of cats. That's why I say he is a multi-universe, but I think he should give up being a physicist at this point. He calls it scientific, but he has to be careful because inflating his delusions to this extent is also science. What is the cosmology guided by mathematics? The coordinate system of mathematics is static. There is no such thing as dynamics coordinate system mathematics. Dynamics coordinate systems do not define standards for things. In other words, equality in the sense of traditional physics does not exist. If we construct cosmology using mathematical formulas, we will be able to calculate a cosmological principle that is a mixture of expanding and contracting universes. The principle of our expanding universe needs to be explained by determining the calculated numerical values. For example, E equals mc squared. This formula is common to both expanding and contracting universes, but the meanings are different. Even though the energy E is the same, m and c are like imaginary numbers. In other words, me and ci have similar functions in space, but they are opposites in principle. Mass m is the resistance force against spatial expansion of matter in an expanding universe, but it is the resistance force against spatial contraction of matter in a contracting universe. Similarly, the speed of light c is the expansion speed of space, but in a contracting universe it is the contraction speed. This is due to the assumption that if matter exists, gravity will accompany it. Similarly, the speed of light is not a cosmological constant. The speed of light is the expansion speed of space, and in the balance universe it is the contraction speed. Therefore, the end of the universe will not be a big crunch. When expansion stops, gravity also disappears, resulting in a universe where everything stops. What makes up the four-dimensional dynamic space? What exists in outer space, which is defined as a vacuum, is the force that produces physical principles. The size of objects that can be defined by current physics cannot be considered smaller than the Planck size. A sense of the scale of the physical world. Infinite field 1 times 10 to the power of 35 m plus infinity. Observed size of the universe 1 times 10 to the power of 18 m, 13.8 billion light-years of space. Our daily world 1 m. The world of atomic size 1 times 10 to the power of negative 18 m, imagined elementary particle size. Planck size world 1 times 10 to the power of negative 35 m dash infinity. E equals mi superscript 2. Therefore, assuming that the product of mass, total amount of distortion in space, and expansion and diffusion rate of space superscript 2 is constant, y equals 1 / since our cosmic energy is a part of the kinetic energy of the infinite field, it can be expressed as a definite integral. The difference between the values obtained by substituting the values at both ends of the integral interval into the indefinite integral. We only know part and moment of the 4D dynamics. If we consider that space is made up of elementary particles are nothing but particles floating in space, so this does not answer the question of what space is. Even if we answer that space is made of space, it is not a satisfactory answer. The very question of what things are made of is what makes us think about them. This cosmology believes that space is an indivisible space that expands itself and gives energy to all particles. Four-dimensional dynamic space and butterfly effect. The future of the universe cannot be predicted from the movement of the infinite, unobservable infinite field. In conventional physics, natural phenomena change their state over time. In Newtonian mechanics, he discovered the laws of change in natural phenomena, that is, the laws of motion of objects, and established a method for predicting future states. But both the speed of light and gravity are functions of the expansion speed of space. And the expansion speed of space is thought to be changing. In one of his thought experiments, Laplace's demon obtains a perfect initial state from which he predicts all past and future exact states. In reality, it is impossible to know a perfectly accurate initial state. Cannot. Even in such cases, it has often been assumed in research in the natural sciences that if the difference from the true initial state is small, there will be only a small difference in the final state. However, with the discovery of chaos theory, it became clear that even systems that follow deterministic Newtonian mechanical laws can behave as if they were stochastically random. According to chaos theory, in a dynamical system with certain nonlinearity, when the difference existing in the initial state causes an average exponential increase over time and produces a difference that is too large to be ignored, the system is said to have initial value sensitivity. The butterfly effect is an allegorical paraphrase of the initial value sensitivity in his chaos theory. This property is also called long-term unpredictability or unpredictability. His butterfly effect also means the existence of long-term unpredictability, which is a consequence of such initial value sensitivity. About elementary particle theory, string theory, and four-dimensional dynamics. There is a complex system of elementary particles. I believe that these names are sequentially given to the fragments that appeared during collision experiments in quantum accelerators, but whether such classification is possible is still under debate. Particle physics before string theory defined the existence of elementary particles that mediate all forces, and wanted to discover them in nature and in accelerators. Among elementary particles, he said, most of them do not exist stably on their own in the natural world. Therefore, it cannot be said that a large number of elementary particles are solidified to form a substance. As you probably know about flint, crushing a stone does not create sparks. The kinetic energy of the flint is visible as sparks. Energy exists, but I don't think it is possible to say that the smallest substance in matter is an elementary particle. Due to elementary particle theory, modern physics is stuck in a labyrinth in search of the ultimate substance. Elementary particles may not be the main materials that make up the universe. In string theory, all elementary particles are treated as vibrations of strings. In other words, the idea is that particles are observed to have different properties depending on the way the string vibrates, rather than there being different types of particles. We also believe that gravity is mediated by graviton-gravitons. It is said that if the Higgs particle had existed immediately after the Big Bang, it would not have caused the Big Bang but would have caused the Big Crunch. In elementary particle theory, the number of elementary particles increases, and I think it will be impossible to describe the principles of the universe. Also, in string theory, he says that the number of dimensions in space is 9 or 10, but he cannot describe the principle using this. Quantum field theory attempts to explain physical phenomena from the properties of space. Do the vibrations of space cause all kinds of waves and create the behavior of matter? The energy that produces this vibration is not taken into consideration. If we think of the vibration of this field as an expanding space, we will get four-dimensional dynamics. There are not two types of gravity: gravity created by accelerated motion and gravity created by mass of matter. They are the same. Gravity created by accelerated motion is in one direction, opposite to the accelerated motion. Gravity created by the expansion of space is created in all directions, opposite to the expansion of space centered on matter. Gravity can be explained by applying the law of inertia without assuming the elementary particle graviton that transmits gravity. He says that there are four forces that exist in the universe: gravitational electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force within the nucleus, but these are one aspect of the appearance of the expansion force of the universe, and their source is the same energy. Since force is just one aspect of the appearance of energy, there is little point in discussing the differences between them. Rather, if we consider how the diverse universe was constructed from a single source of energy, we can imagine a silhouette of the universe that cannot be seen as a whole. All phenomena that we observe, such as space, time, matter, gravity, and light, that began with the Big Bang are thought to be caused by the energy of the silent Big Bang. I thought that the cause of the speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, and time is the expansion energy of space. What creates the vacuum? The photo is a comparison of a visible light satellite photo and a water vapor amount photo. The world we see is the photo on the left. Water vapor is transparent, so photos like the one on the right can only be taken with a special camera. The night sky we look at also looks like the photo on the left. A photo that visualizes gravitational strength might look like the one on the right. Also, the only light we can see are photons coming towards the observer. Scenes that are diffused in all directions from the light source cannot be observed. This is completely different from what we see every day. We call it empty vacuum space, but there are photons flying around here. If gravity is visible, he will not say that the universe is a uniform expanse. Gravity is visible, he will not say that the universe is uniform. The vacuum of outer space he observes is, so to speak, a two-dimensional scene pasted onto a spherical surface. We are simply imagining a three-dimensional space by calculating the Doppler effect of light. The term vacuum was probably coined because there is no way to visually observe space itself. Light can only be observed when it is flying toward the observer, but light does not fly through the vacuum of space on its own, it is transported into the expanding vacuum of space. Therefore, there is a reality in the space that carries the light, but unfortunately we cannot see it at the moment because we observe the limited wavelength range of electromagnetic waves. Current physics says that matter is 5%, dark matter 25%, and dark energy 70%. Black hole. Black holes appear several times in this text, but if we consider that the cause of gravity is the expansion acceleration of space, it is impossible for a gravitational source to swallow space. However, there is a possibility that areas separated from the space may be created. This really looks like a black hole when viewed from our space. This distortion of the surrounding space remains, so the light may be bent. However, is there a star that disappears because it is swallowed by a black hole that loses its spatial continuity? Questions remain. The quiet Big Bang theory in four-dimensional space is a space where expansion and contraction coexist. If a black hole is born in an expanding universe, it will become a white hole in a contracting universe and everything will be reset. Because we believe that gravity is a property of matter, we created the black hole theory by imagining a gravitational field from which even light cannot escape. The fiction created by this includes a singularity, and there is no way to resolve it. In this four-dimensional dynamic cosmology, we were able to return to a very simple space by introducing the infinite field. Singularity problem. A singularity is a point where a linear equation breaks. The word singularity is used in both mathematics and physics. Recently, in the field of AI, there is a term called technological singularity, but this term has a slightly different meaning. I think I searched for a word that would get attention and came up with the word singularity. A gravitational singularity is a place where the gravitational field becomes infinite. He talks about this in his theory of black holes. The singularity of mathematics refers to the fact that mathematical objects considered under an appropriate framework are excluded because they are undefined or do not behave well, and are the standard for this. A technological singularity, or singularity, is the point at which exponentially increasing artificial intelligence becomes the dominant force in civilization's progress. This cosmology denied the singularity for the simple reason that there are no nonlinear phenomena in nature, and that something cannot arise from nothing. Singularity is a very human word to describe a state of being stuck in a theory. In the dynamics coordinate system, humanity is a part of an extremely small area in both time and space, so even within the dynamism of the cosmos, the world appears to be uniform and homogeneous. Newtonian mechanics was sufficient to explain the motion of the solar system, and Einstein later developed the concept of curvature of space to explain the bending of light, which has become modern physics. SDSS-2 latest Sloan Supernova Survey A telescope and CCD camera were completed in 1998, and a spectrometer was completed in 1999, and observations began. After about 5 years of observation, in 2005 it completed its initial goal of surveying 25% of the entire sky. The total number of observed celestial bodies reached approximately 200 million, and a three-dimensional map of the universe was created based on this. SDSS-2 is running the Sloan Legacy Survey, which observes a wider area than SDSS-I, and the Sloan Supernova Survey, which studies the expansion of the universe by observing type Ia supernovae appearing in distant galaxies. The right half of this figure has been bleached into a black and white image that shows the distribution of galaxies. It is written down to 13.7 billion light-years. I think this outer black part is the part where infrared light is generated due to the Doppler effect. Nearby galaxies have a bubble-like pattern, but this may be due to the high accuracy of observation. There appears to be no change in the spatial density of galaxies within the range of 6 billion light-years to 12 billion light-years. Were galaxies evenly distributed from the beginning? The Sloan Digital Sky Survey, SDSS, which began in 2000, became SDSS-2 and has confirmed the limits of visible light observation. This means that the existence of an optical observation limit has been confirmed, but this does not mean that we have observed the end of the universe. The confirmed cosmic range is just one point in an infinite range. Anthropic principle, fine-tuning, reference Wikipedia. In physics, there are values that are required for natural laws and physical constants that appear within them. It is also generally said that the world is a three-dimensional space. It is speculated that if the laws, values, spaces, and conditions were even slightly different, the following would not have been possible. There are atoms that make up visible objects. The universe is filled with a wide variety of celestial bodies. It emits the energy necessary for all life activities. A star like the Sun exists. Advanced intelligent life like humans exists. In reality, these exist, and the law, value, and space satisfy these conditions. This is called fine-tuning. One possible explanation for this situation is the anthropic principle. Weak anthropic principle. It was Robert H. Dicke who thought that the strangeness of human existence when the large number hypothesis holds is inevitable due to human existence. Dicke showed that the age of the universe is determined not by chance but by the existence of humans. According to him, the age of the universe must be within a certain range, such as the current age. This is because if the universe is too young, heavy elements such as carbon produced by nuclear fusion within stars cannot exist in sufficient quantities among stars, whereas if the universe is too old, there will be stable planets made up of main sequence stars. This is because the system has disappeared. The idea that when considering the structure of the universe we must take into account the biased condition of human existence is called the weak anthropic principle. Strong anthropic principle. Brandon Carter takes this further by saying that a universe that cannot support intelligent life cannot be observed. Therefore, the universe must have a structure that allows intelligent life to exist. He demonstrated a strong anthropic principle. Related theories. George Ellis proposed a model universe with a naked singularity as opposed to an expanding model universe, and proposed that the Earth is located at the farthest point directly opposite the singularity. Because the density of matter is higher near the singularity, the distribution of galaxies is not uniform and is said to be extremely thin around the Earth. This uneven distribution of matter causes a redshift in light, making each galaxy appear to be moving away from Earth. The reason why the Earth is located exactly opposite the naked singularity is because the closer you get to the singularity, the higher the temperature becomes, making the environment unsuitable for the existence of living things. Stephen Hawking stated the possibility that time in the universe could be reversed, and he said that humans would be unable to observe such a phenomenon. When humans observe the universe, it is stored in the human brain as a memory, but if time is reversed, the memory will be lost and observation will become impossible. Therefore, the reason why time progresses from the past to the future is because humans can only observe the universe where time flows like that. Four-dimensional dynamic space is a space that changes fluidly from an expanding universe to a static universe, and from a static universe to a contracting universe over a time span of hundreds of billions of years. Here, physical principles change in reverse, so the current state of fine-tuning while changing is considered to be an environment in which humans can exist. If the expansion rate of the universe increases, the current gravity will become even stronger. The universe in which the speed of light, gravity, mass, charge, and time are changing is not a tuned one, but the current state of the universe is a process of the transformation of all things. For the ancient scholars who introduced the anthropic principle into their cosmological models, they probably considered the universe to be an unknown space that could not be explained scientifically. It is not the scientist's position to respond by fantasizing about things that cannot be done. The history of science is the history of scientists' thoughts, but there is no need to convey meaningless scientific history to future generations of scientists. Possibility of encountering intelligent life forms. The photo on the left is a golden plate mounted on Voyager for his 10 Earth-like life forms calculated using the Drake equation. Will there be an encounter that will decipher the message to this intelligent life form? You can find the answer to the Drake equation by inserting variables. Here, we can express what is happening in the universe using a logical formula. When we created the global environment by extracting the necessary elements from among the infinitely existing elements. Can we really reproduce the global environment by extracting the same elements? This is the formula. This is because the denominator is infinity n/infinity equals 0. Since the Earth's environment has been assembled from an infinite number of elements, it is thought that no two environments can exist at the same time. Also, since the behavior in four-dimensional space is nonlinear, it is difficult to predict it using linear equations. Since life on Earth evolved in the environment of the Earth, he believed that depending on this level of understanding, humans could become eternal beings, or they could be on the path to destruction. Space probe. He is guided by images presented in science fiction movies that have no relation to real life. In science fiction dramas, he has no problem with story topics, but even when he leaves Earth, there is nothing around him. Voyager has finally reached the edge of the heliosphere. Voyager 2 was an unmanned space probe launched by NASA on August 20, 1977 to explore planets outside the solar system. It was launched 16 days before its sister spacecraft, Voyager 1, as part of the Voyager mission. Although it took a while to reach Jupiter and Saturn, she succeeded in approaching Uranus and Neptune further on. She is the only spacecraft to visit the giant ice planets, and she also became the first spacecraft to complete her grand tour of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Its main mission ended with the exploration of Neptune on October 2, 1989, after which she visited Jupiter in 1979, Saturn in 1981, Uranus in 1986. Voyager 2 has now been operational for 43 years, 2 months, and 12 days, and he communicates through the Deep Space Network. As of the end of 2018, Voyager 2 was $119 (17.8 billion kilometers) from the Sun and traveling at a speed of 15.374 kilometers per second relative to the Sun, making it the fourth of 5 spacecraft to leave the solar system. This is a spacecraft that achieved an escape velocity of December 2018. It was officially announced that Voyager 2 left the heliosphere and reached interstellar space on November 5, 2018. The distance from the Sun to the nearest star is her 4.22 light-years, 39.9 trillion kilometers. You can see how far celestial bodies outside the solar system are compared to the distance from the Earth to the Sun. It took 43 years to fly 0.0446% of the distance to the neighboring star. This is swing-by navigation, which uses no fuel. Swing-by is a technology that uses the motion of celestial bodies and universal gravity to change the spacecraft's motion vector. With current rocket propulsion, the aircraft approaches its target while changing its trajectory. Because it doesn't have enough fuel on board, it can't take a flight path that involves flying straight, then applying the brakes and entering orbit. As a result, the journey takes longer and more supplies are carried on board. In cosmology, time is force. The cause of gravity is the expansion acceleration of space. And the expansion speed of space changes due to resistance inside the material. This is thought to be the acceleration that causes gravity. If we understand the cause of changing the rate of expansion of space, we may be able to control the expansion of space using this method. This means that gravity can be changed, so it seems possible to use this as a propulsion force. Big science. The European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, is the world's largest particle physics laboratory, located on the outskirts of Geneva, Switzerland, straddling the French border. In addition to research in particle physics and nuclear physics using accelerators, we are also developing useful technologies necessary for research. Simply put, CERN is quantum collision spark photography taxonomy. How do you write a research report when you don't know the cause of gravity, the velocity of light, or electric charge? I think if you create a field that no one understands, the budget will be as you want. Successfully observed gravitational waves. LIGO observed gravitational waves on January 4, 2017. Gravitational waves generated by a black hole collision about 3 billion years ago have now reached Earth. The ripples in space and time that hit the Earth were observed by a device consisting of a laser and a mirror installed in Hanford, Washington, and in Livingston, Louisiana. The gravitational waves that reached the Earth caused space to expand and contract slightly. The magnitude of the expansion and contraction is much smaller than the diameter of a proton, and I think it is impossible for us humans to notice it. LIGO's sensitivity is so high that it was able to observe this small distortion? Could it be that it was able to observe an expansion and contraction that was much smaller than the diameter of a proton? That's why everyone thought that the story of what they discovered shortly after these two observational instruments were built was too good to be true. So, have gravitational waves been observed since then? It's been more than 5 years since then, but there has been no news of new discoveries. 40 years ago, the term Earth simulation was often used. This is the goal of ultra-high-speed computers. From the perspective of those days, ultra-high-speed computers were realized, but as a result, no one called him Earth simulator anymore. Even if a computer is fast, it cannot be simulated because it cannot provide a large number of initial values. Today's computers will come up with the same conclusions, but the next generation of AI won't come up with the same answers. This is because principles are constructed from things that have been individually experienced. Mathematics is a world of concepts. Since rules and principles are static and determined by humans, they can be formulated, but the dynamic natural world cannot be defined by mathematical formulas. Will AI with imagination ever be born? Space and humanity. The speed of information transmission in the universe is the speed of light, but the speed of light is extremely slow at the cosmic level. The distance to the nearest star to Earth is 4.2 light-years. If optical communication takes 4.2 years one way, it cannot be said to be at the level of everyday communication. Although the universe is large, the area where we can communicate is only within the solar system, so it is not possible to recognize large areas of outer space as the same world. This is the four-dimensional spacetime, which is a spacetime where virtual images and real images exist. If human civilization has been around for 10,000 years, the light from Jaman bonfires has only traveled within 10,000 light-years, which is about 10% of the galaxy. The range in which we can feel that things are happening at the same time in the universe is very narrow. It has also been discovered that there is a large amount of water in the solar system. I don't think the purpose of humanity is to continue to be Earthlings, since we will live on planets that are reasonably close to each other as the Sun evolves. A Lissajous orbit is a pseudo-orbit in which an object can orbit around 3 Lagrangian points without any propulsion. In reality, all orbits around her Lagrangian points L1, L2, and L3 are dynamically unstable, and as a result, a spacecraft that enters the libration point must use its own propulsion to maintain its orbit. The James Webb Space Telescope was launched into L2. The recent James Webb Space Telescope discovered a massive galaxy just 500 million years after the Big Bang. They say these galaxies are too large to fit into the current Big Bang cosmological model. If this observation of early galaxies is correct, there is no contradiction with the cosmic reversal theory of expansion and contraction in four-dimensional dynamics cosmology. The orbit around the Lagrangian points L4 and L5 is theoretically dynamically stable, allowing the spacecraft to remain near the Lagrangian points without propulsion. When a perturbation is applied to an object placed at L4 or L5, the object moves away from its equilibrium point, but when the object begins to move, the Coriolis force acts and bends the object's trajectory so that it follows a stable kidney bean-shaped trajectory. L4 and L5 are candidate sites for space development near the Earth, but if you were to build a space city there would be material issues. The same is true for Jupiter's Lagrangian points and the Lagrangian points of other planets. Dramas like Star Wars are possible in the L4 and L5 realms, but unfortunately other planets and planets do not appear. In the future, he will step on various stages before the Sun explodes as a supernova. As the Sun expands into a red giant, civilizations will move into the habitable zone. Current space exploration may be an instinctive action for that purpose. In an era when the Sun's radius expands to the same extent as Earth's orbit, the moons of Uranus may become habitable environments. Knowledge creatures live in the information space. The age of the universe is said to be 13.8 billion years, which he said is the age of the universe calculated from the Big Bang theory. Of course, if the Big Bang theory is incorrect, there is no way to estimate the age of the universe. Even though the universe was created, this means that our spacetime began, so he has no idea what happened before that time. Humans have been around for about 500,000 years, but mammals have a much longer history dating back to the age of dinosaurs. Among modern living things, birds are said to have inherited the evolution from dinosaurs. If you consider the structure of their bodies, birds have hollow bones, which are light and elastic, and are at a higher evolutionary level than mammals. Birds were able to achieve the evolution of flight by being ahead of the evolutionary path for hundreds of millions of years. Diamond is the best conductor. Current CPU circuits are made of gold, which has high electrical conductivity. Gold is a scarce resource and cannot reproduce biologically on its own. However, diamond is the same component as living things, so a growing diamond optical circuit may become a reality. If AI is possible, it will evolve to this level. Self-sustaining diamond web knowledge lifeforms will exist in outer space. If humans were able to continue evolving for hundreds of millions of years, what kind of evolution would they achieve? What will be the final form of knowledge lifeforms? When he thought about this, he came up with the diamond web intelligence. This is like an intelligent inorganic creature that uses light energy from outer space. I believe that the diamond optical circuit is an intelligent organism that can exist stably with the rare energy of outer space. I believe that the human knowledge society that aims for eternity will move toward growing inorganic organisms. This is an intelligent colony that exists in outer space and requires no energy other than light, and evolves while moving in orbit in outer space. Ever-changing cosmic energy. The energy of all things is her dark energy that exists in the universe. And since the mass of matter is equivalent to energy, dark matter and ordinary matter that exist as matter in the universe are also energy. Speed of light, gravity, mass, electromagnetic force, nuclear force, kinetic energy in space. These are the forces in nature that are the source of the energy of all things. These can be roughly divided into the expansion energy of space, 68%, the invisible interstellar medium, 27%, and stars and planets, 5%. The Earth was at just the right distance from the Sun and maintained a temperature suitable for the growth of plants. During the ancient charcoal era, plants and animals took in the carbon dioxide, CO2, that made up the atmosphere and created their own bodies, C, and the remaining oxygen became atmospheric, O2. As the number of plants increased, oxygen also increased, creating a virtuous cycle of an environment favorable to living things, and furthermore, flora and fauna flourished. The flora and fauna that flourished in this way are now buried in geological formations as underground resources such as coal, oil, methane gas, etc. People who use fire extract these underground resources and use them by burning them. This action is the opposite of what living things do by consuming carbon dioxide and turning it into their own bodies, and instead burns the dead bodies of living things and converts them back into carbon dioxide. Carbon fixation by living things has been repeated throughout the Earth's history, with waves of warm and cold periods repeating. When living organisms consume all of the carbon dioxide, the concentration drops to an extremely low level and the Earth becomes colder. The natural mechanisms that return carbon dioxide to its original state are volcanic activity and tectonic movements such as continental drift. This brings the carbon, oil, coal, etc., that was buried underground back to the surface. There is plenty of oxygen on the ground, so when it burns, it increases the amount of carbon dioxide in the air, creating an environment in which living organisms can use this to proliferate. This natural mechanism occurs over tens of thousands of years, and living things have repeatedly gone extinct and emerged. In fact, the fact that humans began to use fire was an epoch-making event in Earth history. Living things evolve and prosper during the short warm period by repeating long cold periods and short warm periods, but he believes that this act itself is creating the cause of the next cooling period. However, humans are digging up underground resources and burning them, synthesizing carbon dioxide that cannot be achieved through natural mechanisms. When we convert underground resources into carbon dioxide, the global warming/cooling cycle is interrupted, allowing living things to continue their long-term evolution like they have never done before. It is likely that this will bring about a major biological evolution that could not be achieved through tens of thousands of years of evolution. Energy for living things. There are no plants or animals that eat energy. In the case of plants, chlorophyll receives sunlight from its leaves and uses this energy to synthesize carbohydrates, create the body of the plant, and multiply. In addition to light, living things such as plants and animals are maintained by making full use of natural energy such as temperature, humidity, wind, and rain. Animals cannot synthesize carbohydrates using sunlight, but living organisms can be maintained by taking in carbohydrates synthesized by plants and natural energy. By the way, do living organisms maintain themselves? I feel that energy itself is a system made up of interactions that can be considered a living organism. Carbohydrates are a class of organic compounds that have the molecular formula CH2ON, with one molecule of water attached to one carbon. The structural units of sugars that cannot be further hydrolyzed are called monosaccharides. Many naturally occurring monosaccharides have 6 carbon atoms and are called hexoses, 6 monosaccharides. Hexoses, 6 monosaccharides, include glucose, galactose, and fructose, all of which are represented by the molecular formula C6H12O6. Some monosaccharides have 5 carbon atoms and are called pentoses. Water, H2O, nitrogen N-phosphate, P, potassium K, calcium Ca, etc. absorbed from the roots are added to these, and proteins, etc. are synthesized. At the stage when these cells are synthesized, thermal vibrations, attraction between substances, electromagnetic forces, etc. act on them to form a tangible substance. Carbohydrates and proteins synthesized by using natural energy are broken down by microorganisms and returned to their original elements using natural energy. Energy is the force that causes changes in state. The state of flowing energy allows this tangible world to exist. And he feels that this energy is repairing itself to the way the universe is supposed to be. I feel that this is the world of four-dimensional dynamics. Some people say that living things are vehicles of genes, DNA. Is DNA riding on living organisms on an eternal journey of evolution? Progress is being made in decoding DNA, but this is simply deciphering the base sequence. We do not know the DNA language, so we are not deciphering the meaning. Neighboring cells know each other's roles, die and regenerate, and this is how we are able to maintain ecological functions. I can't help but think that what is written in DNA is not just a blueprint for parts, but also the purpose for the conservation, maintenance, and development of species. Cosmic structure seen in the human body. The mechanism by which we become aware of ourselves is the function of the nerves called the 5 senses. These 5 elements: color, feeling, thought, action, and sensibility are what confirm the existence of an individual. Deeper within these 5 senses is the autonomic nervous system, which is independent of the cranial nervous system. Furthermore, at its base layer is a complex of independent functions of single cells, which forms the base biological system. Red blood cells carry oxygen and react with glucose in the muscles to generate heat energy, which maintains body temperature and creates blood fluidity. White blood cells circulate within the body and destroy bacteria that invade from outside. In addition, the immune system functions independently of the brain's command system to create a system that classifies and eliminates complex viruses. The collection of functions of these substratum parts creates an ecosystem system. And he has no other system to control this system. Emergence is the emergence of properties that are more than a simple summation of the properties of the parts. Multiple local interactions become complexly organized. A system is constructed that cannot be predicted from the behavior of individual elements. This makes us aware of the existence of complex systems created by simple laws such as the law of inertia, but there is no system that can integrate them. The Big Bang Theory believes that there is a higher level system, but it cannot explain the beginning and end. The four-dimensional dynamics system is the entire universe itself, and is the source of all phenomena. I think this is a natural phenomenon in which the cells and particles of this dynamic system are maintained in a mutually complementary manner, fulfilling their own roles and striving to maintain the functions of the whole. Dynamic systems that exist in eternity have no beginning or end. In other words, neither beginning nor end can be defined. This is the same as not being able to know the beginning of oneself or the end of oneself. About various cosmologies. Steady-state cosmology. Steady-state cosmology is a cosmological model proposed by Fred Hoyle, Thomas Gold, Hermann Bondi, and others in 1948. The creation of matter from nothing causes the mass of any given space to always remain constant, which is the fundamental principle of the universe. It is assumed that the structure does not change over time. Cosmology, that the universe has no beginning or end. In the old days, there was Einstein's static universe, which introduced a cosmological term. Steady-state cosmology posits that the mass of any given space is always kept constant due to the creation of matter from nothing, and that the basic structure of the universe does not change over time. In order to remain stable, energy is constantly required to maintain it. I think that in this era, there were many philosophical theories about the unobservable universe. Big Bang cosmology. What is the Big Bang? The Big Bang is an explosive expansion at the beginning of the universe, according to expansion cosmology, which holds that the universe began in a very high temperature and high density state and then expanded significantly, becoming cold and low density. According to inflation theory, the ultra-high temperature, high-density energy mass created by a phase transition after the rapid exponential expansion of spacetime is the beginning of the Big Bang expansion. Currently it is mainstream, but I cannot explain what happened before his Big Bang. Nor can we explain the future appearance of the universe. I think there is a point in reinforcing this ambiguity by introducing multiverse theory to avoid the contradiction of a one-off universe, but the idea that other universes exist is already unscientific. It has been observed that the expansion of the universe is accelerating and that the expansion rate is not uniform, and the Big Bang theory is likely to become a relic of the past. Multiverse cosmology. Multiverse cosmology. Multiverse theory is a theory based on theoretical physics that assumes the existence of multiple universes. It is one of the physical theories that construct theories based on mathematics and physics to explain various phenomena that are physically unobservable, and that are predicted along with known observations and observations. It is often talked about in various science fiction movies and physical interpretations without theoretical support. A simple explanation of multiverse theory is that the apples and oranges on the table are each universe, but this does not take the table into account. In this case, I think it is correct to think of the table as the only universe. Therefore, it is meaningless to think of it as multidimensional. Brain membrane cosmology. Brain cosmology is a cosmological model in which he believes that the four-dimensional spacetime we perceive is a membrane-like spacetime embedded in an even higher dimensional spacetime. At low energies, we assumed that the interaction of elementary particles in the standard model is confined on the four-dimensional world plane, and that only gravity can propagate in the direction of extra dimensions. An attempt to explain the phenomenon in which gravity appears extremely small by assuming a curtain corresponding to the fifth dimension. It is incomplete as a coordinate system and cannot explain space. Holographic cosmology. The holographic principle is a property of quantum gravity and string theory that a description of a volume of space can be seen as encoded on the boundaries of a region, especially optical boundaries such as the apparent horizon. The universe is like a hologram. Just as holograms use tricks of light to record three-dimensional images on flimsy film, our universe, which appears to be three-dimensional, is drawn on a certain plane. The quantum fields and physical laws recorded on a vast, distant surface are completely equivalent to our universe. I think this is a delusion derived from elementary particle theory. How can we explain the world around us? This is a category of delusional cosmology. Plasma cosmology. What is plasma cosmology? Phenomena on a cosmic scale are influenced not only by gravity, but also by huge electric currents and strong magnetic fields caused by the motion of electrically conductive gaseous plasma, which makes up 99.9% of all baryonic matter in the universe. Shall be. He argues that spectacular phenomena can be explained by the interaction of electromagnetic force and gravity. Where does the kinetic energy of gas plasma come from? If you try to explain the causes of electromagnetic force and gravity, you will realize that the term plasma cosmology is not appropriate. Gaia theory. Living Earth. The Gaia theory, or Gaia hypothesis, posits that living things interact with the Earth and create self-regulating systems to maintain an environment suitable for their own survival. It is also a hypothesis that considers the system as a kind of giant living organism. It was proposed by James Lovelock, a scientist who worked for the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, and supported by biologist Lynn Margulis, meteorologist Andrew Watson, and others. Gaia theory also had a major influence on the development of subsequent new academic fields such as Earth system science, biogeochemistry, and systems ecology. The composition of the Earth's atmosphere is stable because the ratio of oxygen and carbon dioxide gas is maintained by the work of plants. In this way, we have begun to recognize the automatic control function of the Earth, which is born through emergence. Even in the great universe, it is thought that the automatic control function created by the four-dimensional dynamics of the infinite field works to prevent the universe from moving out of control in one direction. I believe that he devised many other cosmological ideas than those written here, but few of them have survived as records, and many of his ideas, including their religious connotations, have been passed down to this day. Some people say that cosmology includes everything other than the observed space, but since nature's cosmology is originally the only one, the existence of a wide variety of cosmologies shows that it is far from the essence. Thank you for your viewing. TIMEISFORCE Website FC2 https://hikimaworkshop.web.fc2.com/index.html https://hikimaworkshop.web.fc2.com/cosmology/time-is-force.html nifty http://hikima.la.kukan.jp/index.html http://hikima.la.kukan.jp/cosmology/time-is-force.html